Good morning, everyone. Welcome to
Días a
City
todos,
Hall,
bienvenidos a
welcome to
la
Council
sesión
Chambers,
de
and
la
welcome
Cámara
to a
de
meeting of the
Concilio
Los Angeles City Council
Conciliación.
for today,
Por hoy,
Friday, June
viernes,
6,
junio 6 del
2003.
2003,
The City Council meets
la
every
Asamblea se
Tuesday,
junta
Wednesday,
todos los
and
martes,
Friday at
miércoles y
10
viernes a
a.m.
las 10 de la mañana.
Meetings are open to
Las
the
juntas
public, and we
abiertas
do
para el
invite you
público
to
y
join us.
nosotros invitamos
For
a que
members of
estén
the
con
public
nosotros. Para
unable to
miembros del
attend
público que no
council
pueden
meetings,
asistir a
we
los
can be
concilios
viewed live on your
se
cable
pueden ver
station,
por la
channel
estación de cable
35.
Canal
You can
35.
also be viewed
También
live
puede
via
ser por
webcast from the city's
página
homepage
de
or
la
heard via
ciudad
council
o por el
phone.
teléfono del concilio.
As I mentioned, it
Como les
is
mencioné,
just shy of 10:20 a.m. We have
estamos
7 members present, 3
casi a las
shy of a
10:20,
quorum.
tres cortos
Today being
quórum,
Friday,
pero
as
como
is
es viernes,
customary, we
como
have
es
a
de
number of
costumbre, tenemos un número de
presentations and introductions
presentaciones.
scheduled. Let's begin today's
Vamos a
meeting by
empezar la junta de hoy
recognizing
reconociendo
Councilmember
al
Galante.
consejero Galante.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let
Perdón.
me recognize Councilmember
Reconocer al
Mizikowski
consejero
first. He's
Galante
ready to
primero.
go.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Actually, I would like Ms. Galanter to join me because this presentation I'm going to make today is to a man who has accomplished a lot, and most of the things that he accomplished here with the city and for the city as a member of the executive staff at Los Angeles World Airports was done with Ms. Galanter and precipitating a lot of these ideas. Well, I'm here today to honor and present a commendation to Roger Johnson. Roger has been at LAWA, the LA World Airports, and served in the position there as Deputy Executive Director for Technology and Environmental Affairs. He was responsible for also the information technology, noise mitigation, and environmental management divisions. While he was at LAWA, he did some really innovative things, brought community in on issues that were very, very contentious, and helped create some new ideas for LAWA, which I think had long been needed, and he was the person to help do the job. He created the Los Angeles LAX Community Noise Roundtable, which brought together airport people, the FAA, and community to talk about strategies, to talk about their noise concerns, and anyone who lives near an airport, those of us around the council who have represented both the large airport and the smaller airports and or neighboring airports in our city know that noise complaints are chronic, noise complaints are problematic, and we have to find a way to do something about it. By creating this LAX Noise Roundtable, Roger Johnson said, let's roll up our sleeves, let's work together with each other and find out what can be done. He promoted the internet as a database for in-flight data to the public and for collecting noise complaints, on-time, real-time, irrefutable data source, and letting the public know that they can use it. He created an unprecedented study of airport-related air pollution. Again, those who live near airports see a different kind of air quality in and around the airports because of the kinds of engines, the kinds of airplanes that fly, the kind of jets, the kind of fuel, the kind of distribution to airports in a major number of ways through intermodal transportation that create different kinds of air quality around an airport. The airport is ultimately the responsible party and needs to develop, again, techniques to deal with it. He coordinated the LAWA Move On housing program to reuse housing stock that was acquired by LAWA. I think this is incredibly innovative as LAWA looks to, has identified housing that it's buying because of noise concerns, because of issues of that nature. There was good quality housing stock, even not in the best place to live because of noise and other related issues or because of some future use that LAWA wanted to make of the land. But he said, this is good housing quality stock, let's find another use for it. Let's get the ability to move the housing, find another spot, another use for it that provides good quality housing to other individuals. He worked in a very innovative and very complicated project, spearheading the noise management study at LAX, the FAA's Part 161 study,
un
which
estudio
starts to
161
really
que empieza de
identify
veras a
real noise
identificar
contours, who and
contours
what
de
and where
ruido, quién y
noise
qué, dónde vienen
occurs,
los ruidos,
and then what can be done
y qué
with
se
it in
puede
terms of
hacer,
improving the quality of
mejorar
life
la
of
calidad de
people who
vida
live
para
or
la gente
businesses
que
that are
vive,
surrounded
negocios que
by and
están
live in this
alrededor
area,
de
when
esta
there's
área.
really identified technological data. He has
Identificar
truly
él es
been
verdadera,
terrific,
ha sido
innovative,
terrífico, innovativo.
and I know that when
Y
I,
yo sé eso
a year
cuando
ago,
hace un año
moved to or
me
had this
moví
district
o
move
tuve
into
este
part of my
distrito como
area
parte
for
de mi
the
área
council,
del concilio.
the community
La comunidad
respected Roger
respectó
Johnson. The
a
community would
Roger
talk
Johnson,
about
la
Roger
gente
as a
hablaba de
person
Roger
at
como una
LAWA
persona en
who
Lava
they could go
que
to. There
podían ir a
wasn't
él, que no era
the
él,
closed door
la
or
puerta
a
cerrada,
non-compassionate
o una
person
persona
who
con
was,
compasión que
he was one of those
él
people
era una
who
de
was
esas
going to listen to
personas que
them,
los
work
oía
with
y ellos
them,
trabajaba con
and
ellos
they found,
y
and
encontraron
again, that's
y otra
often all of
vez
our citizens want,
y todo lo que
to be
nuestros
brought
ciudadanos
into
quieren
the
que
discussion,
trajeran a la
to be
discusión
listened to
para
be
que se
part
oyeran,
of a
para que fueran
collaboration,
parte
come
de
up with
aquellas
ideas.
como las
Roger
ideas.
was that person at
Roger fue esa
LAWA. I think
persona
he's
en
done
Lala.
an
Ha hecho
incredible
un
job.
trabajo
He
increíble.
recently
Recientemente
left LAWA and
se
has
fue
now
de
moved up
Lala, ahora
north to
se
San
cambió al
Francisco, where I
norte
think
de
he's
San
going to stay
Francisco, donde va a
involved
ser
with
que
airport-related
aeropuertos relacionados con el
projects.
aire, pero en esos
But I
proyectos,
did
pero
want to
yo quería
recognize him. I
reconocerlo a él,
think he's been
porque creo que
a
ha sido
terrific asset for
un
LAWA
terrífico
and
para
really
Lala.
the kind of
Y de
person
verdad
that
la
we need
clase
at
de
LAWA.
persona
And
que
I'm sure
necesitamos
Ms.
en la
Galanter,
diversidad
with
de
a
la
lot more
gente.
years' experience at LAWA,
Tenía mucha
can
experiencia
see
en
how
eso,
and
me
will tell
puede
you what
ver
a
que él va a
difference
decir
and
qué
what a breath of fresh
diferencia.
air Roger
Que
Johnson was when he came at LAWA and helped solve problems with the community
fue
rather than
aire
combating them.
fresco, fue
So
para Lala.
before
Entonces,
I
antes de
turn
que
this
yo
over to you,
monte
Roger,
esto
let
a
me
usted, yo
ask
creo
Ruth
que
to say a few
voy a
words.
pedirle a la señora que le al galante que dé
Thank you,
gracias.
Cindy.
Gracias, Cindy.
All of you know that
Todos
Cindy
saben que
is
Cindy
typically
es
much more polite
típicamente
than I am, and
más
so I'm going to
mucho más educada que
say
yo,
much
pero
the
voy a
same
decir
thing
más
that she
casi
did,
todo
but in
lo
a
que
slightly
hizo,
different
pero
way.
un poquito
Roger's
pero
job was the
trabajo de
official
lo
flag
fue.
catcher,
Era el
and
que
boy, did he catch a lot of flack.
parchaba todo.
All of us know
Todos
that,
nosotros sabemos
we
que
have frustrated constituents
frustrados
with long-standing
constituyentes por
problems in their
problemas
neighborhoods,
constituyentes de sus
and
problemas.
usually we get to be the flag
Usualmente
catchers,
nosotros
but
somos captores,
Roger
pero
was
Roger
specifically
fue
assigned
específicamente
by the Department
asignado
of Airports,
en los
sorry,
aeropuertos,
the LA World Airports,
en los
to
aeropuertos mundial para
do something about it.
hacer
To take
acercado,
the flag, to try to find creative
encontrar las
solutions,
soluciones
to answer
creativas
people's
para
phone calls,
contestar
all of which he did
las quejas
nobly,
de la gente, todo lo
and
hizo
I
noblemente.
bet he's tired.
Y él lo puesto que está cansado.
If I had been
Si yo
thinking
hubiera estado
enough,
pensando
ahead of time enough, I would have brought you a
adelantado,
bandage to carry
hubiera
away
puesto
with you. I think that Cindy is right. The community during the time that I represented the area was grateful to have
Eso fue maravilloso
Roger,
tener a
grateful to
Roger,
have somebody who would listen to
alguien que
them,
me
and
oía
somebody who,
y alguien que
while not able to solve all the
no podía
problems,
resolver
none of
todos
us
los
has
problemas,
yet
ninguno de
figured
nosotros
out how
ha
to put a
figurado cómo
silencer on
poner
an
un
airplane,
silencio en el
was
aeroplano,
at least willing
pero
to
por lo menos
acknowledge
está
that a
dispuesto a
problem
reconocer que el
exists.
problema
And so,
existía y
Roger, I
entonces
certainly
Roger
want to wish you
ciertamente hay
well
que
in
desearle
everything
bien
else you
todo lo
do,
que usted haga
and
usted.
I urge you to take
Yo
a
creo
nice
que toma una
vacation
gran
before you get
vacaciones antes
involved
de
in
que se
anything
vuelvan
else.
algo más.
Thank you for all of it.
Gracias por todo.
I'm sorry, I didn't know I
Lo
was going to
siento,
say
yo no sé
anything.
qué iba a decir
First, I'd
algo.
just like to
Primero
thank
quiero dar las
both
gracias
the council
a
members
los
here
dos
as well as the
concejales
full
de la ciudad
council
y a todo el consejo
for this award.
por este
As
premio.
Ruth said,
Como
the first
como Ruth dijo, la
week I was
primera
on the
semana que
job, I
estuve
was
en
in
el
an
trabajo
auditorium
estuve
with about
en un
1,000
auditorio
people
como con 1,000
screaming at
personas
me.
gritándome.
The second week,
La segunda
I went
semana
2,000. This time we had to bring the police in
tuvimos
to
que
make
traer
sure
a
I
la
didn't
policía
get
por asegurar
shot.
que no me dispararan.
But I will say over 3
Voy a
years,
decir
I
que
think
entre
Los
3
Angeles
años que Los
International
Ángeles,
Airport
el aeropuerto
is
de Los
the
Ángeles,
greatest
es
airport
el
in the
más
world. It's a
maravilloso
great place to
aeropuerto
work.
del mundo.
And the
Es
city
un
of Los
lugar para
Angeles,
trabajar en la
I
ciudad de
believe
Los
it's the
Ángeles,
greatest
creo que
city
es
in the
la
world to
mejor
work in
ciudad
as
del
well. So
mundo también para trabajar.
again, I
Entonces,
appreciate
otra
the
vez aprecio
commendation and I
el
appreciate the
premio y
experience.
aprecio
And
la
thank both of
experiencia.
you and the council.
Entonces, gracias a los dos, a las dos concejales.
Thank you, Ms. Miskowski. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Burnson, Galante, Garcetti, Gruel, Han, Holden, Labange, Mizikowski, Pacheco, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Weiss, Padilla, 10 members present, the floor, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. The council is
El consejo
officially in
está oficialmente en
session
sesión
for our next
para nuestra
presentation.
presentación.
Let me recognize
Déjeme reconocer
Councilmember
al
Reyes.
concejal Reyes.
Hold on, while we just rearrange the traffic here.
Good morning, buenos
Buenos días,
members of the council.
miembros del concilio.
This morning, it gives me
Esta
great
mañana me da
pleasure
gran
to have
placer
in our council
tener en
chambers
nuestra
a
Cámara de
very special
Concilio
group of actors.
un grupo de actores.
For those of you,
Para
for
esos
those of
que
you who do not already
no
know,
ya
with us
conocen,
today we have the Culture
ahora
Clash.
tenemos
Culture Clash is arguably our nation's premier Chicano Latino trio,
Latino
who together have performed on stages at Lincoln Center,
en Lincoln
the
Center,
Kennedy Center,
el Kennedy Center,
the Public Theater,
Teatro
Dallas Theater Center,
Dallas Theater Center,
the Berkeley Repertory, and universities
y
from
universidades
Lawrence,
de
Kansas
Lawrence,
to
Kansas
Chiapas,
hasta
Mexico.
Chiapas, México.
Their plays have included
Ha incluido
Radio Mambo,
Radio Mambo,
Border Town,
Watertown,
the Mission Magic Mystery Tour,
Mission Music Tour,
Anthems, Culture Clash in the District, and Culture Clash in
Culture
America.
Clash en América.
In the past,
En
the
el
works
pasado,
such as
los
Bowl of
trabajos
Beans
como los Beans
have been filmed for the
han sido
PBS Great
para
Performances
PBS
series.
Great
They have been
Performances.
groundbreakers in network television, having created the first Latino-themed sketch comedy
de comedia.
television show for Fox
Televisión
TV.
para Fox TV.
They have authored 2 books of plays for Theater Communication Group entitled
Grupo de
Life,
Comunicaciones
Death,
titulado
Revolutionary
Life,
Comedy, and Culture
Comedia
Clash in
Revolutionary Culture
America.
Clash en América.
What has been
Lo
just
que ha
as
sido
important
tan importante
about these actors
sobre estos
is that they have been devoted
es
to
que se han
teaching and
devotados a
presenting
enseñar
their
y
work
presentar el
to
trabajo
Los Angeles area high
Los
schools and
Angeles
college
Area High School
students
y
for almost 20
estudiantes de
years.
casi por 20 años.
What's more, during that time,
Durante ese tiempo,
they have lent their considerable
han
talents
talentos
to help raise money for numerous
para
nonprofit organizations in
recaudar
and around
dinero
Los
para
Angeles
Los
area
Ángeles,
and beyond.
área y más allá.
As a matter of fact, I was just chatting with them. I remember them
recuerdo que
doing a fundraiser for United Way back in the
recaudando fondos
mid-1980s.
en los
when
mediados
I was up and
80
living in
cuando
the
yo
Bay
estaba
Area.
viviendo en el área de Bay.
But what I can share with you folks is that they are approachable as they are fun. One of the current works include a new musical called Señor Discretion himself, others of their own production of Zorro. Today we are here to bring special attention to the latest work, which opened one week today at the market before. It is called Chavez Ravine. Chavez Ravine is in District 1. The play tells the complicated story of Chavez Ravine, where Dodger Stadium now stands, and the events that transformed that community, whose homes and historical buildings were raised in the 1950s. Members that had the opportunity to see the play. And what struck me the most is that they've done a tremendous job of showing the public the human story. They put names and faces and real people who actually lost their homes. But they also talked about the influence and the power that comes from these chambers, and how it can change lives, how it's impacted histories. But just as important, it talks about how in a period back in the 50s, and this can probably sit back to the turn of the century, certain communities were not perceived as communities of Los Angeles, but they were perceived as problems. They were perceived as obstacles. And this story tells you that they were not problems. They were not just obstacles, they were people, grandmothers, abuelitas, comadres. They were neighbors, they were folks with a story. And did a terrific job presenting that message. So beyond delivering brilliant satire, and beyond delivering their satire with tremendous humor, they are master storytellers. And for the past 20 years, they have been telling our story of those communities who were perceived as problems. They talked about stories of struggles, stories of defiance, and stories of peace. So I question, are they a comedic troupe with a political message? Or are they a political group with a comedic delivery? For many of us, they are both. Members of the council, Culture Clash is Herbert Sigüenza, Richard Montoya, and Rick Salinas. It gives me great pleasure to introduce to all of you our storytellers, Culture Clash. I'd like to ask them to step forward.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Councilman Reyes. President Padilla.
Councilmember Nick Pacheco, would like to say something.
I'm sorry.
It's funny to be in my
Es
world,
bueno
all
que esté
right.
en mi mundo.
Is there a cork in this thing?
Hay corte en esto.
Mr. President and colleagues, I just
Presidente,
want to give you a
colegas,
little
que darle
history
un
here.
poquito de historia.
I have known these
Yo
three
conocí
men
estos tres hombres
when they were four in the
cuando
group.
eran
At one point, when I was a student at UC Berkeley, part of Mecha, in the mid-'80s,
en los
they were
80s.
regular
Eran
performers and
regulares
presenters
y
at Mecha
presentadores de
events.
eventos.
Mecha was very proud to
Mecha era
have them
muy
there
orgulloso de
because,
tenerlos ahí
as
porque
Ed points out, they
en
are
el punto al sur
social
eran
activists, community
activistas
activists, and
socialistas.
ultimately, the most
Últimamente,
important
los
thing
más
which
importantes
you
cosas
have to be is
que
basically
tienen que
funny.
ser
Because
básicamente
if you're not
divertidos,
funny,
porque si no
all other
divertidos,
things don't happen
las cosas no
if you're going to
pasan.
be a performing troupe
Se
like
van a hacer
yours.
una tropa
And I
como ustedes
also
y también
know, and many of you should
conozco,
know,
muchos deben de saber
that Rick
que Rick
had a very trying time at one point during the development,
durante
had
el desarrollo
suffered a
sufrió
near life-threatening,
cerca
if not life-threatening, gunshot wounds
un
when he was
disparo
in San
cuando estaba
Francisco.
en San Francisco.
Came down,
Vino
and even then, I
en
think
las
you were based out of
cercanitas,
San Francisco when you helped out
cuando ayudó
America's 2000,
Américas
one of our
2000,
Latino
uno de estos
magazines based out of
magazines
Los Angeles.
2000
And
basado
I
en Los
saw you there
Ángeles. Yo lo vi
again as a
otra vez
volunteer for
como
that
voluntario
effort
para ese esfuerzo
at the East LA Community College,
en el
which
Colegio
was
de Los
also
Ángeles,
in
que
the
también está en medios de los
mid-80s, later
80.
80s. I also
Él también
was working with
estaba
them.
trabajando
I
con
want to thank
ellos, que
them
era de
now
las gracias ahora
publicly
públicamente.
in this forum.
En este foro,
At one point,
en un
with Father
punto,
Greg
con
Boyle
el
and
Padre
Dolores
Boyle y
Mission,
Dolores Mission,
we did a joint
hicimos un
fundraiser
recaudamos
with
fondos
them for
con
their
ellos para
homeless
sus
family
dirigentes,
project,
sus
Casa Miguel
proyectos,
Pro,
Casa Miguel Pro.
where Culture Clash,
Tanto
we
Culture
brought out
Clash
a night
trajimos
at
una
the LA
noche
Theater Center,
en Delhi
and Culture Clash was
Culture Clash
performing. I can't
actuó,
remember if it was a
no
bowl
puedo
of
recordar
beans
si era bowl
or
of
beans
beans
at the time,
o frijoles,
but I know that
pero yo
Father
sé
Greg
que el
Boyle was,
Padre Boyle,
and a lot of people at Dolores
mucha
Mission
gente
were
en San
astonished
Misión
at the
fueron
full frontal nudity
de la
that you
nudidad
guys brought
frontal
out
que
that,
ustedes
during that
trajeron
show.
en ese
I
show.
know. They were years and
Fueron
decades
años y
ahead of,
décadas
what
más
was that, the
adelante.
English? The Full Monty, yeah, they performed the Full Monty before the Full Monty came out. And the church group, I'm sure, had their own feelings about it. But these individuals have been, as Ed pointed out, a part of our city for quite a long time, Echo Park residents for a long time. And I'm just proud to be here with them and recognize their effort in bringing the history of Chavez Ravine and how the city of Los Angeles handled that item with humor and obviously with some very poignant points of the history of Los Angeles. So thank you for transplanting here in Los Angeles, and thank you for being a part of my life and a part of all the work I've done. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Councilmember Jan Perry.
Chair, and I also wanted to
También quiero
rise to say
levantar para esas
congratulations. I've enjoyed your
felicitaciones.
shows over the years and your
Shows en los
biting,
años que
I say
están
very
peleando.
biting political wit and your ability to teach us about our
Humor,
own
política y
local
enseñanza,
history
porque
through
nuestra
your
historia
drama
por su
and through
drama,
your
por
comedy
su
and
comedia,
your interpretations.
interpretaciones.
So congratulations and thank you, Ed, for bringing them here to remind the rest of the city that we have a treasure here, right here in our own fingertips, in our own neighborhood. And also thanks to Gordon Davidson for being the first to bring this community-based troop group for all of us to enjoy and to publicize it at the same level that you would have publicized any of your other shows, and to treat them with the greatest and highest level of respect that you treat all programming. So I want to say thank you to you as well.
Council President Alex Padilla.
Now we'll be quick.
Yo voy a ser rápido.
No, we've had Culture
Hemos
Clash
tenido Culture
with us
Clash con
before,
nosotros
and we look forward to
anteriormente.
having
Estamos
them
esperando
again. I
tenerlos
want
otra
to
vez.
thank Councilman
Que darle
Reyes
gracias
for
a
bringing
concejal
them
Reyes
in
por traerlos
as
aquí.
a way to
Una manera
promote
de promover
Chavez Ravine.
Chavez
And
Ravine.
what I hear is a
Lo que
wonderful,
hizo
wonderful
un gran,
production.
una
I missed
producción.
the opening night, but I
Perdí el
promised to be there
pero
before
fue
it's
antes
up.
que antes de que
And
se
to
cierre.
all my
Y a
colleagues,
todos mis
both at the
colegas,
city level and anywhere in political
cualquiera se
office,
ponga en la
I don't know
oficina
if you should
política.
if you feel good
Deben
or
sentirse bien o
concerned when you're
preocupados
told that you
cuando
have
se
become
dicen que esa
material
noche
for
material
Culture Clash.
para
I've heard
Culture
about
Clash.
that. I've
Oí de
heard
eso.
about it, but thank you for
Gracias
everything that
por
you've
todo lo
done.
que ustedes han hecho.
You really
De
captured
veras capturan
in a humorous way, but in a very
manera humorosa, pero de
pointed
una
way,
manera
the historical and political
históricos
messages that
mensajes
need to be
políticos que
promoted.
necesitan ser
You have
promovidos.
a lot of people
Tiene
looking up
mucha
to you.
gente
Thank you for being with
viéndolos.
us.
Gracias por estar con nosotros.
Thank you. You now have the
Mirándolos, ahora
microphone.
tienen el micrófono.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, especially Councilman Reyes, President Padilla, who I think is now taller and better looking than Jimmy Smits, officially, I think. Councilman Pacheco, it's never routine to come in here. We're always pleasure to be here. I remember standing here a couple of years ago and John Ferraro looking up, President Ferraro, and we're right across from his building now, DWP. And Joel Wax was there, and I think it was Mike Hernandez, Nick, and Alex and us. And Joel said, I don't know who the three of us and three of them, who are the three comics and who are the three politicians. And I remember President Ferraro looking up with this smile, and I won't forget that. That's what makes these mornings so special and being recognized. And Alex is in there, and we try to portray accurately and fairly what was happening with the city at that time as well as the neighborhood. Rosalind Wyman is portrayed accurately and I think wonderfully. And she makes a reference to being the youngest ever elected city councilwoman in history. Sorry, Alex. And every night we say that on stage, the audience just erupts in laughter. But it was our fangs, our satirical fangs are focused elsewhere. The cities grow and neighborhoods change, and it's a complicated, lovely story about a wonderful city and a wonderful neighborhood and all the neighborhoods. And this man behind me, Gordon Davidson, whether it was Zoot Suit or Angels in America or whatever brilliant play this man has produced, really put the idea in our heads early on. He's always been concerned and has had a love for the neighborhoods of this town, from Boyle Heights to the west side, not so much the valley, but a little bit the valley as well. But this is a great man behind us here, and we really owe a lot of it to Gordon Davidson and the Mark Taper Forum. So thank you all so much for having us, and we hope you come down and see Chavez Ravine, and I hope that you see a job that was done fairly and accurately, and we tried to tell a very complicated story, and I think we've done a little step in that direction, but we're honored to be here this morning. Thank you so much.
As been stated, I do want to recognize Mr. Davis, if you like to. Members, I'm certain that everyone up here will agree that they didn't do it by themselves. In this instance, one of the men behind the scenes that gave Culture Class the ability to deliver their story of Chavez Ravine is this gentleman standing right here. And that man is producer, director Gordon Davidson. Gordon is the artistic director, producer of the Center Theater Group, which is one of the largest and most active theater companies in the country, producing award-winning theater year-round at both the Mark Taper Forum and the Amundsen Theater. For 35 years, he has guided hundreds of productions to the Taper stage while overseeing numerous special projects sponsored by the Taper. Over the years, his work has won national acclaim, garnering many awards, including a Tony Award for the Taper Forum for Theatrical Excellence. More recently, the Taper was distinguished by having two of its plays, The Kentucky Cycle and Angels in America, Part 1, Millennium Approaches, receiving consecutive years of Pulitzer Prize in drama. This was the first time this honor has been bestowed on anyone outside of New York. So this morning, it feels appropriate that Gordon should be able to share the stage with members of his most recent production. He is currently on TCG's board of directors, has been a board member of several art organizations, including Non-Traditional Casting Project. He regularly serves on panels for the National Endowment for the Arts, is an artistic advisor for the Fund for New American Plays. So at this time, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to all of you Mr. Gordon Davidson.
I got you. Councilmember Gallant.
Before we have Gordon speak, I would just like to say a word of thanks, not only for this production and this encouragement, but I think we all ought to acknowledge, while we have the opportunity, that Gordon's leadership at the Theater Center has produced a lot of innovation. We've taken a lot of chances, we usually pull them off. There are, I'm trying to remember the name of the one I especially, the Black Museum was the one I liked the best. Remember that one? Is that what it was called?
That was fabulous.
fabuloso.
And the audience didn't know whether to laugh was okay or not. The white people didn't know whether it was okay or not to laugh. It was very interesting. Half the time the theater is in the audience as well as the theater itself. And I know that performers experience that every day, but for the rest of us, I think Gordon's innovation and willingness to take chances and to do the things that need to be done to open theater to groups that might not have a venue where they would get the attention they deserve is really something that has not only benefited our community, but it's really put us on the map. And I have enjoyed all the productions I've been privileged to see, except one. But, you know, one out of however many it is bad. And so I want to say a personal thank you as well as a civic thank you to you for all the work that you've done over here. These guys are just an example of the, I don't mean to put you down, fellas, but, you know, you're not alone is what I want to say. There have been many similar examples where Gordon's leadership has really opened doors, and I think it's great.
Creo que es maravilloso. Gracias.
I appreciate what you say. I appreciate seeing you and other members of the council in the theater audience. You are regular theater goers and regular supporters, and I can't tell you how much that means to us that we do have the support and the interest of city government in all the possibilities that theater can bring to a community. My dream and my goal for the last, now it's 36 years, since I became a Los Angelino, and I'm very proud of this city. I'm very proud of the interaction. Most of all, I'm excited by the continuing challenge to better represent the citizens of Los Angeles in the theater and on stage. We have done many plays that encourage that combination of stories and of diversity on stage and in the audience. And I can't think of a better example and one I'm more proud of than the Culture Class and Herbert and Rick and Richard and the work they've been doing in general, but the depth and the range and the insight that they bring to this story of Chavez Ravine has made us all at the Marteco Forum very, very proud to be part of it, and to the incredible work of Lisa Peterson, the director, and John Glore, the dramaturg, and the design team. You are seeing absolutely first-class work, and long may it wave, and thank you again for the recognition on all our behalves.
Thank you, Councilmember Reyes. We have a special day Monday, and we want to acknowledge one of our colleagues for that special day, and she's now standing up. And it's happy birthday to Jan Perry. And your colleagues want to wish you happy birthday, Jan Perry. Monday, Jan Perry. Okay, we got to do the song. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jan. Happy birthday to you. And that special watch will be in your gift pack, Jan Perry. Councilmember Ruth Galanter.
Ruth Galanter.
Cindy? Cindy? Wendy?
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually have 3 presentations here today, and I'd like to ask Ms. Mizukowski to join me for the first one. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Okay.
We are joined this
Estamos aquí
morning
esta
for
mañana
probably the
para
last
probablemente la
time,
última
since
vez.
she's moving not only out
Está
of town but
cambiando
out of the
fuera de la
country,
ciudad, fuera del país.
by Wendy Rains, who
Wendy
has
Rains,
been
que
the
ha sido
executive
la
director of
ejecutiva
the Ballona
directora de
Wetlands
Ballona
Foundation
Wetlands
since
Fundación
it started.
desde que empezó.
And I just want to say a few
Más que
words
decir
about what
unas
this
cuantas palabras de
foundation
lo que
is.
esta fundación
The
es.
foundation grew,
Fundación.
maybe I should let you do that. No, I'm going to do the first part. You get to say what you want to say. The
La
foundation was
fundación
created
fue creada
by the settlement
por
of a
el arreglo
lawsuit,
de una demanda.
a long ago lawsuit
Hace
by
mucho
the
tiempo
Friends of
por los
Ballona
amigos de
Wetlands. We
Ballona
have some
Wetlands.
representatives of the
Tenemos
Friends here as
representantes de
well,
los amigos también
who
aquí.
sued the Sula
Que
Corporation back in the
Demandaron a la
1980s,
Corporación sobre los 80s,
and the Coastal Commission,
la
and the
Comisión de
city, and the
Costas y
county.
el condado.
I think that's all.
Creo que eso es todo.
There may have been a fifth one in there somewhere. So they had the state, the city, the county, and the landowner all on one side, and the Friends of Ballona Wetlands on the other side. And when I was first
Cuando yo
elected,
primero fue elegido,
the lawsuit had been
la
pending
demanda
for
había
quite a
sido
while,
pendiente
and
por
the
bastante tiempo. y
landowners and all the
Entonces,
attorneys
todos los
assembled and
abogados
said to me,
se
we need to
pusieron,
just
dijeron,
finish
necesitamos
off this
terminar
lawsuit and
esta
get it out of
demanda
the way. And I said, maybe
Pensaba
guys,
que
you want to
se-
think
que
about
nace
having a
pensar
settlement
a-
agreement
un
instead.
acuerdo de arreglo en vez.
And to their great credit,
Y
both
sobre
the
la crédito,
landowner
los
and the
dueños de la tierra y
Friends
los amigos
agreed that it
estuvieron de
would be
acuerdo que
more
sería más
constructive
constructivo
to settle their differences
sus
and
diferencias,
create a document
crear un
of their own
documento de
making
su propio
instead
hacer,
of having a
en vez
court
de
do
tener
it for
una
them.
que los hiciera
And
una
one
corte.
of the
Una de
things
las
that came
cosas
out
que
of that
salió de
settlement
su
was the
arreglo fue
creation
que
of a
la creación
foundation, the Ballona
Fundación
Wetlands
Ballona
Foundation,
Wetlands Fundación.
whose board members
Sus
include the
miembros de la
landowner,
Cámara, los dueños de la
the Friends of
tierra, los
Ballona
amigos de
Wetlands,
Ballona
the council
Wetlands,
member
el
of the
concejal
district, which
del
was me
distrito,
and is
que era
now
yo,
Cindy,
ahorita es Cindy.
but Ballona Wetlands have
Pero
not
Ballona
moved,
Wetlands no se ha cambiado.
lest there be any
A menos que
confusion.
haya una confusión.
And the state controller.
el controlador.
And there's a long story to that, which I won't tell you at the
No
moment.
les voy a decir una historia muy
So
grande.
we have,
Entonces tuvimos
for a number of years
un
now,
número de
had
años
in
ahora
place a
tuvimos un
struggling
lugar,
foundation whose
una
mission
fundación
was
que,
to
misión era
try to take some of the
tratar de
heat out of
tomar
the debate
alguna
over the
de-
Ballona Wetlands and create a
y a crear
sound
unas
scientific basis for
bases
analyzing
para analizar
what has
lo que
happened,
ha
what is
pasado, lo que
happening,
está
and what should
pasando, lo
happen,
que
and how to
debería
get
pasar.
there.
Cuando
And it
hubo
was
una muerte,
Wendy's
fue
job
cuando el trabajo de Wendy.
to make that happen, and she
hicieron
has
eso,
done
ella
a
hizo
truly
un de
remarkable
veras
job.
trabajo
She, like
maravilloso.
Roger Johnson, who we
Como Roger
honored
Johnson,
earlier, has done such a
Roger
remarkable
Johnson,
job
un
that
gran
she's
trabajo,
tired.
está cansada.
And so she is moving
Entonces
off to
está
Mexico,
cambiando a México,
revert to her
pero
former life as an
vida
artist.
anterior como
And
artista.
some of us think that's
Pero
very
nosotros
exotic
que
indeed.
es exótico en sí.
We did have a
Nosotros tuvimos
presentation
una
at Loyola
presentación en
Marymount
Loyola
University, which has
Universidad
taken
que ha
over
tomado
the hosting of the foundation and will take
fundación,
over
que
much
va a
of the
tomar
work,
más del trabajo.
honoring Wendy, and I
Wendy,
asked her
y
to
le pregunté
come back, give
que
me back the
regresara
certificate
el
long enough for us to
certificado
present it
para que
again.
presentamos
So
otra vez.
in
Entonces,
public, in
en
front of a
público,
whole lot of people,
frente a
not
toda la
just all the
gente,
people
no
who
solo la
already
gente
know
que
you,
ya conoce.
I want to say thank you
Decirle
again
gracias
for
otra vez por
your years of
años
blood,
de-
sweat, and tears, and I think there were all of them, to get this foundation off the ground so legitimate that when the science symposium that the foundation now sponsors every year took place a few weeks ago, a month ago, I've lost track. And I was telling stories about the history of some of the battles we've gone through. The scientists there didn't know any of this. It's become a real, honest to Pete, legitimate scientific thing now. And so that's really hard in the kind of charged political climate that I know you've now got a full taste of. And it's really a tribute to Wendy's skills and perseverance and unwillingness to take no for an answer that this has happened. So let me introduce for a second some of the people who are here who are lurking in the background. I don't know why. These are the other people who have helped to make this possible. Ruth Lansford, the spirit of the Ballona Wetlands. Just stand up or come up. Catherine Terrell, representing the landowner, Playa Vista. Is she here? No, she's not here. Okay, Rosemary Sostridge.
Rosemary
Othello
Sostridge.
Rupp, who have worked with friends. Going to stand up, Rosemary. Come on. And Sharon O'Rourke from the gas company. Sharon's job is that she has to manage a facility that's right in the middle of these wetlands. So she gets it literally from all sides. And she has also stood up under pressure. So I want to thank all of you, but especially Wendy. And before you get this again, Cindy gets to talk. And then you get to talk.
Thank you, Ruth. As we have another tandem act here today in this changing territory. What I found when I was the council member for this district, was an incredible organization, an incredibly somewhat quiet organization. The headlines are always grabbed by the opponents who are making life difficult down in Playa Vista and going through legitimate processes to address grievances. But while that was going on, the first group had raised the question of wetlands, the preservation of this area, and the necessity that any development, if any was ever to occur down there, incorporate, accommodate, acknowledge the importance of the wetlands to this ecosystem. It was this group of people who are standing behind me who Ruth has talked about and introduced about what they did early on in the first iteration of the saga that we now know as Playa Vista. But what Ruth didn't tell you, and what Wendy and these people have accomplished, is something remarkable. And I invite everyone who's watching, all of my council colleagues, to go down on Lincoln Boulevard on a weekend, particularly now in the summertime, and see this incredible restoration that was part of the settlement and the initial saga of the Playa Vista battle. There is the freshwater marsh that is right there along Lincoln Boulevard that is, this always was, but is now restored. An incredible sanctuary and a place of peace and tranquility as people are walking, jogging around, and the wildlife is hugely abundant. And it talks about and shows us what we can be as a city, what we have been able to save as a city, what we are able to restore as a city when we put good planning, good sense, and good science to solve the problem. Wendy has been the executive director of the agency that has done that. And Ruth is right. I was at the symposium, which I think was the 15th year of the fourth year of the symposium. And we had scientists from throughout the state, they had scientists from throughout the state who were looking at this model, seeing how it worked, looking for other applications throughout the state. We had city agencies, state agencies, county agencies, nonprofit organizations, all there at the symposium, really learning, really seeing the outdoor experience, a real life hands-on experience. While the battle will continue, the issues of development will continue, the wetlands, a major step has been taken to create this marsh, to work beyond and in the areas, the saltwater areas, and Ruth didn't talk about the gate that was just completed and open to allow the flow back and forth from the saltwater. We have an incredibly important classroom and experience for all of us in Los Angeles to see life as it began, life as it's continuing in LA with a natural environment in the midst of our urban area. And Wendy and the Bayona Wetlands Foundation, working together, working with the trust, have done and accomplished incredible amount of things. And it's really wonderful that she is able to see, reap the rewards of the first benefit of this action after the long ago lawsuit, the long ago settlement, the long ago idea. So Wendy, congratulations for an incredible job well done, as well as everyone else with the foundation.
It feels really wonderful to be acknowledged for one's efforts. Thank you so much for this honor. And I hope all of you will continue to support the restoration of Bayona Wetlands. It's Los Angeles' last and largest remaining wetlands and very precious to all of us. And I encourage you to visit and to continue to support all the projects we have put into place in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I have two more. Moving now to the new 6th district, I'd like to ask Rich Mayer from Curry Technologies to come up and join me. And let me tell you a little bit about Curry Technologies, and then I'm going to ask him to tell you a little more about Curry Technologies. Curry Technologies, you may remember that several months ago we had a lot of discussion in this council chamber. It was one of our other more recent heated discussions about the issue of electric-powered small vehicles, bicycles, scooters, small buses, things that golf cart type vehicles. And We
carros
have
de
here
golf.
in the
Y
city of
tenemos
Los
aquí en la ciudad de
Angeles,
Los
I'm very proud
Ángeles,
to
muy
say, a
orgulloso de decir, una
company that makes
compañía que
those.
hace eso, que
And
fabrica
that's
esos.
Curry
Y eso es
Technologies,
Curry
located in
Technology,
Van
lo que le
Nuys.
dicen Van Nuys.
It has been
Ha
producing
sido,
vehicles for a number of years
produciendo
now. I
vehículos
had
por
the
un número de
opportunity, my
años y yo
staff
tuve
and
la
I went
oportunidad,
out
mi
and
equipo
looked at
fuimos a
them.
verlos.
I didn't have the
Yo
nerve,
no
but
tuve
John
el nervio,
rode one
pero
of the
llenando
scooters up
uno
and
de
down
los scooters
the
para arriba y
sidewalk
para
and had a
abajo.
very good
San
time.
Joaquín se divirtió bastante.
We had the
Tuvimos
opportunity
la
also to
oportunidad también
see
de ver
some of the
algunos
innovations
de
that
las
they do. They
innovaciones
design
que
their own
diseñan
products.
de sus
They
propios
sell
productos,
through a number
venden
of
por un
different
número de
outlets, and I'm
diferentes
going
maneras y voy
to
a
give Rich an
dar a
opportunity
Richard
to
una oportunidad
mention a
para que
few of those.
mencione algunas de ellas.
We did in our committee
nuestro
hearing
comité en
have one
audiencia
of the
tuvimos uno de
scooters, and
esos
we
los
had
scooters y
some of the
tuvimos
batteries
una
you
de
can
las
clip on
baterías
and
para
off.
donde
It
se
takes
pueden
about 30
enganchar y
seconds.
se toma 30 segundos.
But we thought that was
Pero
probably a
creímos
lot
que
of
era
trouble to make
probablemente
them
mucho
do that
problema
again
para hacerlos
today.
otra vez ahora.
One of the things that
Una de
particularly
las
appeals
cosas
to me about this
particularmente
company is that not,
llama
first of
la
all,
atención de
it's
esta
local.
compañía.
Anytime we
Primero
have
es
a
que es
local
local,
company,
cualquier
that's
tiempo que
good
tenemos una
news.
compañía local es buenas noticias.
Second thing is
Segunda
obviously
cosa
they
es
are
obviamente que son
manufacturing vehicles, selling vehicles, and have
vendiendo
them on the
vehículos
streets
y los tienen en
that
las
do not
calles que
pollute
no
the air. And we are finding over time that people who
enferman el
maybe
aire y
can't
estamos
afford a
encontrando
car
la
and
gente que
car
no puede
insurance and
subirse
all the
de carro y
gasoline to
toda la
go with it,
gasolina yendo con
can
eso,
afford
entonces
a
pueden
scooter that has an
tener un
electric
scooter
battery
que
and they
tiene
can
una
afford
batería
the
eléctrica
extra
que puede dar
battery so
las
they can
baterías
charge up one
eléctricas
at
para
home while they're
cargar una casa
riding with the
mientras
other one.
andando con la
So
otra.
that is actually
Entonces
helping
eso
our
se está
traffic
ayudando
problem.
en nuestros problemas
But
de
the other
tráfico,
thing
pero la
that
otra
I
cosa
hope
que yo
more
estoy
companies will
esperando más
find a way to
compañías se
imitate is
encuentren
that
para
they get a
imitar
lot
es
of
que
their
tienen
labor
muchos
from
de su
a
trabajo,
program
de sus
that helps people
programas
who've
que
been
tiene
having
su
substance abuse problems or have had other disruptions in their lives. And they hire them, they train them as temporaries. Many of them go on to be permanent employees. Those who don't stay with Curry often are able to find other jobs because this private company, for its own purposes as well as civic purposes, is doing a job that otherwise we have to go find government funding to do. They are training people who didn't have skills, giving them new skills so that they can go out and become productive members of our economy and buy Curry scooters. So I thought it only appropriate to recognize Curry Technologies with a Good Earthkeeping Award for helping us to stop pollution, improve our community, pay business taxes in the city of Los Angeles, and other nice things. They may not find that a nice thing, but other nice things that do benefit the city of Los Angeles. Rich is one of the founding partners. He's also is or was a high school teacher. Still are?
Maestro de secundaria era.
And so he's had plenty
Entonces ha
of
tenido muchas
opportunity to teach people
oportunidades
how
para
to do
enseñar a la
things.
gente a hacer
And
cosas.
I think it's
Y yo
great, so
creo que
I
es
wanted to,
maravilloso,
and I know
entonces
you
yo
will
quería
too, I
reconocer
wanted to
ustedes
recognize
también
Curry
reconocer a Curry
Technologies with a
Technologies
Good Earthkeeping Award,
con el Good Earthkeeping Award,
much like the Good
mucho más
Housekeeping
como
Award,
lo ha
only it's a
hecho.
bigger house.
Es una
And
casa
as
más
for the
grande y
safety,
darle las gracias.
Thank you, Council.
Gracias, consejero.
Curry, I don't want to give you a spiel on Curry Technologies and do a commercial here. We do electric scooters, electric bicycles in all 50 states and in 20 countries. We're in Walmart, Kmart, Target, Toys R Us, all the big boxes. This company started about 5 years ago, and a gentleman called me on the phone, and I was doing electric cars. I was a high school teacher at Crenshaw High School and at Van Nuys High School for 17 years, 10 at Crenshaw and 7 at Van Nuys. And I also had a company doing electric cars. And a gentleman called me up named Dr. Martin Curry. And he said, I drove your car today. I said, who'd you drive? He said, I drove Ed Begley Jr.'s car, who I built his cars. And he says it went great. And how far does it go? And I said, it about 60 miles. He said, the one that I drove goes 150 miles. I said, what are you driving? He goes, I'm driving a GM Impact. I said, take it on the freeway at 65 miles an hour and drive and see how far it goes. He calls back the next day and with some other words involved there, he said it only went 80 miles. He asked, how much money do you have in R&D? And I go, $15,000. He says, I have $200 million in R&D. When do we have to meet? I said, what do you mean you have $200 million? He says, I'm the CEO of Fuse Aircraft. And I was the Undersecretary of Defense in the Ford and Nixon administration. I want to have a meeting with you.
una junta con
I go,
usted.
okay.
Le dije,
So I
ok,
called my
entonces le
brother who
hablé a
was
mi
in
hermano,
electronics.
quien
I
estaba en
said, some guy named
electrónica,
Mal Curry called
Malcolm me habló.
He said, the CEO of
Dice
Hughes
que el
calls you.
CEO
I said,
le
yeah.
habló,
He wants to have dinner. He
quiere
said, you
tener
better
cenar,
go.
dice,
So
mejor
we
que
went
vaya. Entonces
to
fuimos
dinner a couple nights
a
later, and he was going to
cenar un par
retire
de
and wanted to
noches,
do
iba a
electric
retirar, que
cars.
decía carros
And I said, you're
eléctricos.
going
Yo
to
le
lose all your
dije,
money.
va a perder todo su
And
dinero.
he went back and
Y
did
el
a 2-month
regreso
study
hizo
and
un
found
estudio de
out
2
they were
meses,
not
encontró
viable
que no eran
because there was
viables.
no
Entonces
infrastructure
la
to
primera
charge them.
construcción de
And he said, what would you do? I said, I do electric bikes and scooters. So we formed the company Curry
Escuelas y
Technologies.
bicicletas hicimos
We found some private
esto
funding
con
and
fondos
started it. And then
públicos.
we
Empezamos
found
y
out
luego
there were laws
encontramos
against all these things we're trying to
que
do.
había leyes contra
So we
todos.
then went to
Entonces
the United
fuimos
States
al
Congress and
Congreso de
started
Estados
Bill
Unidos,
AB
empezamos
727. Took 2 years to get
1.200
through,
años
and it
para
was signed by
pasar
the
y fue
president
firmado
last
por el
January.
presidente el último enero.
Electric bikes are legal in all 50
Bicicletas
states.
todos son legales en todos los 50
that's how our
estados.
company got
Entonces nuestra
started.
compañía empezó.
And we then opened our
entonces
headquarters in Van Nuys and started to
matriz
employ
en
people.
Vanes, empezamos a emplear
And the
gente
first thing
y
we
la primera
employed
cosa
were
que empleamos
former
fueron
students of mine from Van Nuys High School.
antiguos de Van Nuys High School y necesitamos más gente. Algunos llegaron a parte de esta, es la gente que viene en una casa
They have to be there.
que
They
tienen
have
que
to
estar
stay
ahí,
there. They
tienen que
cannot
quedarse y no
go out at
pueden
night.
salir en la
And
noche.
they hire them out
Y
as
los
workers.
contratan como
So they would come
trabajadores,
to me,
entonces
and I would
venían a mí,
interview
yo los
them. Well, we not
entrevistaba
only
y no
gave them a
solo les
job, I
dábamos un
decided, let's
trabajo,
take
yo
it one
decía,
step
vamos a
further,
tomar
let's
un
give them
paso más allá,
transportation. So
o sea,
all
el
the workers
transporte,
either
todos los
received a bike
trabajadores
or a
recibieron una
scooter.
bicicleta
Well, now they have a
oscura, ahora
bike or a
tienen
scooter. They
bicicleta
get back to
oscura,
work.
pueden regresar al
And they were
trabajo
astounded.
y
They
estaban
gave me the best
sorprendidos, me
work I've
dieron el
ever
mejor
had.
trabajo que he
Then
tenido.
when I interviewed
Después,
them, then I
cuando
put
los
up on the board,
entrevisté,
I
le
said, okay,
puse
this
en el
month I'm
borrador,
hiring 2
voy a
people.
contratar
And
dos
out of all
gentes
the group
y de
that's
todo
in,
el
I
grupo
picked
que
the
estaba ahí,
best 2
escogí a
and
los
put
dos
them on
mejores y los
permanently.
puso
So they go from
permanentemente,
$6 an hour
que
up
fueron
to
$6
$10
a
an hour
$10
immediately.
por hora
And now the
inmediatamente y
halfway
ahora
house,
la
when they're
casa
done,
halfway,
they
cuando
leave
terminan
that.
salen de
And
ahí
they're now
y
permanent
ahora
employees. I
tienen
mean, right
empleados
now we're employing
permanentes. Ahora
about
estamos
10
empleando
of the
ahorita 10
people
de la
permanently,
gente
and I have about
permanente,
15 other
como
people right now on
15
temporary
personas en
that we bring
temporal
in,
que
and we have on the
traemos y
board right now
tenemos en la
5
cama
for this
ahorita
month to
5
bring
de
more
este
people
mes
in.
para traer más
So
gente.
we're very proud of
Entonces
that
estamos muy
fact,
orgullosos de
and we're
ese
able to
hecho
help
que
the city,
pudimos
help
ayudar a la
people
ciudad, ayudar a
get
la
new
gente a
jobs. And I
agarrar
think the
trabajos y
biggest
creo
point
que el
where
punto más
we
grande
help
que
them is the
nos ayudamos
transportation.
en la
We give them
transportación,
a way
les
to get back
damos
and forth
manera
to
de
work. They have freedom. They
ir
can
y
go to
venir
the
al
market,
trabajo,
they can
pueden ir al
do
mercado,
things.
pueden
It
hacer
doesn't cost
cosas,
them
no
anything
les
to run it.
cuesta
It
nada
costs
para
2
correrles
cents a day to
2
charge it. And
centavos
it's been a
para
big revelation for us.
cargarles
And
y
each
un
one
gran
of the scooters
beneficio
has a
para
little
hacer un
seat, and they
escudo
can
tiene
cruise around.
asiento y
So
pueden andar
that's
para
been a
ir
big
para eso.
success
Uno
of
de los
our
grandes
company is
éxitos
that
de nuestra
people
compañía
really
es que la
find these
gente
as
de veras
viable
encuentra
transportation, not for
transportación
kids
viable,
or
no para
toys, and
los
that's one of the big
niños o
boxes,
juguetes, eso es
Walmart and rest of them.
Walmart. Entonces hay un
We have a
website,
website,
tenemos
currytech.com. Yes, a very good website, and it's got
una
Dr.
website,
Curry's bios on it and mine, and
website.
all about the company.
Y toda la
And then one more
compañía,
thing,
y una cosa
last
más,
6 months ago, I
los
then
últimos
went
6
ahead
meses
and
fui
took the big step and
tomé
I
el gran
licensed
paso
Schwinn
y
GT and
licenció
Mongoose
Switch y
worldwide
Mongoose
for
por todo el
scooters,
mundo para
and that has
scooters,
taken
y
us
eso
over
ha
the
tomado
hump. So I want to thank the city for the support, and we're
y
going to
quiero
keep
dar
trying
la
to do better
ciudad por
things.
este
Thank you.
premio y voy a tratar de hacer mejor.
Right
Gracias.
here in Van Nuys,
Aquí en Van
California.
Nuys, California.
Okay, I have one more.
Tengo una más.
This
Esta
presentation is really very
presentación de
special
veras
to
es
me.
muy
I
especial
need
para mí.
whoever's here
Quiero
from
quien
the
esté aquí
Semillas de
de
Azatlan. Come on up. My
Vengan para
Spanish
acá, mi
isn't so
español
good.
no
I
está
mean,
tan bien.
but they forgive.
Espera.
These people
Esta
are
gente
very special to
son muy
me
especiales
because we
para mí
started
porque
off,
nosotros
as
empezamos.
pointed out one day, we started off with kind of a
Empezamos
rocky
una
relationship.
relación
Most of these
rocosa.
kids are students at
Estos
Mission
son estudiantes
College.
en Mission
They're not
College,
such
no
kids
son
anymore.
tan
All
niños
kids
ahora.
should grow
Todos los
up
niños
like
deben de
this, let me
crecer
tell
como
you.
estos de envejecidos.
These are young people
Estos
who
gente
decided
jóvenes que decidieron
in the course of growing up that
curso
not
de
enough
crecer, que
attention
no
was being
suficiente
paid to
atención se
their
estaba
cultural
poniendo a
heritage. And they felt neglected in a number of ways, which they made very clear to me at our first meeting at a town hall in Sun Valley sometime last summer or fall. They asked for a number of specific things, specific kinds of help, because, of course, like most of you, I don't really like being yelled at in general terms. I want to know exactly what is it you want me to do. Well, they had a list, and we were able to do that. Now, their list was made up, it wasn't things for them personally. Their list was essentially for assistance in projects that they were doing to help the rest of the community. So they needed additional baseball equipment because a number of them volunteer at the Sun Valley Recreation Center and help the little kids play baseball. And they had discovered very quickly that some families can't afford the fees, so they asked me to help subsidize those fees, which I did. Then they said to me, and this is the really good part of the story, they said, we want to do something that will really make a splash to acknowledge cultural heritage of Mexican Americans and other Central and South Americans who live here. Now, of course, this used to be part of Mexico, but lots of us tend to forget that. And they thought, and I think, that it's important that we not forget that. So I asked them what they wanted to do, and they said they wanted to do a day-long cultural festival, which I am proud to tell you they did. Now, we helped them. This is the living demonstration of Ruth's favorite maxim, that government works best when we do things with you, not for you or to you. And when I said to them, all right, you do it, and I'll help you, they... First they thought I was kidding, but once we got past that hurdle, they went out and did it. And they had the most successful festival. My successor, Mr. Cardenas, showed up at the festival, which is billed as the first annual Cultura, and kept saying to me, you sure this is the first annual one? It was truly wonderful. It didn't get nearly enough notice outside of Sun Valley, but thanks, frankly, to the hard work of these people and their friends and their families, and some other volunteers at the park, leaflets were distributed all over the community. So if you missed it in the newspaper because it wasn't in the newspaper, or you missed it on television because it wasn't on television, which it wasn't, you still found out, and a lot of people found out. We had several thousand people there in the course of the day. And it was wonderful. They did all this while going to school, taking their exams. Oscar couldn't be here today because his exam that was supposed to be tomorrow got moved to today. They understand their priorities, and I want to honor them today with certificates of appreciation, which I don't seem to have signed, but I will. Acknowledging not only their own personal achievement, but the contribution that their activities makes to the entire city of Los Angeles. They teach dancing, they teach reading, they teach baseball, they teach all kinds of music, they teach all kinds of things, and they go to school, and they support their families, and they are really great. So I'm going to read off the list of names, and I think you're going to be the speaker. Okay, well, you all will decide. And I promise I will sign these as soon as we're done. Julio Aguilera. Gabriela Mora. Martha Plata. Gladys Rosales. And Jorge Valles. Oscar Medina, who's not here because he's taking his exams like he's supposed to. So, if you will indulge me for a moment, a couple of these folks have, I think, earned the right to the microphone. Who's up first?
Okay, well, Ms. Councilmember Ruth Gallagher, like you said, the beginning was rocky. I appreciate your assistance towards our community. Semillas Aztlán is a new group, and basically our focus is to bring cultural awareness to our community, to our children, to our family members. For some reason, it's getting lost. So our commitment is to bring that cultural awareness to our families, to our community. We do appreciate your help. We honestly do.
I know you do, and I appreciate yours.
The festival was great. If it wasn't because of your help, and also Semillas Aztlán and Parks and Recreation, it would have never been done. So hopefully you left that footprint for Mr. Tony Cardenas to continue the same that you did. Okay.
I hope so. Thank you. But
help me out with that one.
I know that you're going to tell him just as we told me.
Just as we told you, we will also tell him.
Well, she said, I would just congratulate you for the great effort. And I know it came out kind of hard, and you stepped up to the plate. To Steve back there, and wasn't getting recognition, who also worked with us. And we hope to have better future, do it every year, and bring more people into the community. Thank you very much for everything.
You're welcome. You may not have enough room in the park if you bring more people in. It was great. Thank you all. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Ms. Galante. This time I'd like to recognize Mr. Tom LaBonge from the 4th Council District for a presentation. Please welcome Mr. LaBonge.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. On this Friday, no, that's all right, Ruth, it was good here. We have a few
Bueno,
folks coming
tenemos
up
una
this way.
gente
Let
que
them
viene
through
para
here.
que pasen,
Come
dejen
on
que
this
pasen
way for
por ahí.
pictures. Come on this way for pictures. Yeah, back up just a little bit. Congratulations.
Felicitaciones.
Congratulations. Congratulations. As often is the case here at
Como es
City
el caso
Hall,
aquí
we
en el
have
City Hall,
special
tenemos
visitors that are here
visitor
with us
especial hoy
today.
aquí.
And we have with
Y
us a
tenemos con
delegation
nosotros su
from
delegación
Korea.
de
Please
Corea.
welcome
Por
Kim
favor, denle la
Tae-ho,
bienvenida a
County
Kim
Governor,
gobernador del
with
condado.
us this
Con
morning. Kim
nosotros esta
Tae-ho.
noche, Kim Tae-ho.
Kim has a special greeting for the people of Los Angeles, and I'm
especial para la ciudad de Los Ángeles, es su intérprete que
my Korean is 감사합니다, 친구.
감사합니다. Thank you very much.
All right, good.
감사합니다.
Please, a few
감사합니다.
remarks.
감사합니다. 감사합니다.
정말 감사드립니다. 우리
감사합니다.
페디아 의장님과 또 우리 시의원님, 특히 우리 그 라본지 또 우리 존챙 이 두 분의 또 어렌지로 인해서 오늘 이 소중한 자리에 서게 된 걸 무엇보다도 감사를 드립니다.
Thank you for welcome.
Gracias por la
Thank you
bienvenida.
for President Padilla.
Para el presidente
Especially thank you for all councilmen, particularly
particularmente
Councilman
concejal
Tom Labange and John Chang.
John Chan.
저는 저도 좀 잘생겼다는 이야기를 좀 듣고 있는데 여기 와 보니까 우리 시의 의원님들 너무 잘생겨서 이 헐리우드 데뷔를 포기할까 합니다.
Before I come to the
Antes de
city
que
of Los
venga la
Angeles,
venida de
Los Angeles is a
Los
famous
Ángeles
city for
tiene una
like
ciudad famosa
Hollywood.
por
So
Hollywood. Entonces,
I thought I'm going to do
yo
the
creía que iba a
debut
ser el
as
debut.
a Hollywood movie star, but
Como
all councilmen
estrella
is
de Hollywood, pero
actually
los
looking
ángeles
better than me,
se
so
ven mejor
I
que yo,
gave up.
entonces le di, me vencí.
올해는 특히 우리 한국 이민 100년사가 되는 해입니다. 그래서 그동안에 우리 한국 교민들에게 사랑과 또 격려를 해준 우리 LA 시민 여러분께 이 자리를 빌어서 감사와 존경을 표합니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, this year is like a 100-year centennial anniversary for like Korean immigration to the United States. It's an honor for me to visit the city of Los Angeles.
시 의장님과 시의원님 그리고 LA 시민 여러분 신의 가호가 있기를 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Okay, again, thank you for President Padilla and all councilmen. Thank you for all people of the city of Los Angeles. God bless you. Thank you.
Gracias a todos ustedes, señor. Los bendiga a toda la gente de los Ángeles. Muchas gracias al miembro para la Cámara de Igualización, John Chen, Distrito 4 del Estado de California, que fue parte de la delegación Amazon, que diga algo tan importante es ver en su propio país y visitar California, que tan importante es para Los Ángeles.
Council members, it's an extraordinary privilege to have this opportunity to address you. Obviously, we are quite fortunate and blessed to have this delegation. The city of Los Angeles, the county of Los Angeles, is home to the largest number of Korean Americans, Koreans outside of Korea. Obviously, they are a vital part to the great prosperity, both socially, spiritually, and economically, for the state of California. I want to thank all of you for your warm reception of this delegation from Korea. Thank you very much. Especially to Councilmember Labange.
Thank you, Mr. Chang.
And I want this delegation to know of our next...
Before they sit down, we actually have one more council member who'd like to address them, Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes, please, Governor.
Just want to thank Councilman Labange and want to thank the delegation for joining us. This is another example of how our richness as a city is reflective of how we have close ties to countries from all over the world. And Korea has been a great asset in terms of Koreatown and adding all the commercial activity, all the residencies, the restaurants, all the music, the flavors. It's always a privilege to meet our officials from Korea and the other countries that reflect the great diversity here in Los Angeles. Thank you very much for being here and joining us.
Madam President, I can ask Ella Stanley to join us as our General Manager of our emergency preparedness
de preparación
department of the city of Los
parte de la
Angeles. And
ciudad.
Governor, I want
Y
you to
gobernador,
listen to
quiero
this
que
because I know
oiga
it's so
esto porque es tan
important. We
importante.
just had our
Nosotros sí
April was
acabamos de
emergency
tener
preparedness
esa
month.
preparación
And
de
in that month there
abril.
was a
Ese mes
series
tuvimos
of
una serie de
expositions and
exposiciones
fairs
y
throughout the
ferias
city
por
of
toda
Los
la ciudad de
Angeles,
Los Ángeles.
bringing awareness
Estoy
to the need
trayendo
for earthquake,
atención
fire,
de
flood, or any other
terremotos,
unusual
fuegos y
occurrence
otra
for family
ocurrencia
and home and
para
business
familias
to
y
be
negocios
prepared.
para
But
ser
the
preparados
partnership
para su
that our
asociación.
department
Que nuestro
of emergency
departamento
preparedness has developed is
ha
such that it
preparado está
works
el que
with
trabaja
the
con
private sector.
el
And
sector
here today
privado
is
y
some
hoy aquí es una
representatives of the private
representante
sector.
del sector
At this
privado.
time, I'm going to
Ahorita
call
me
on Ellis
gustaría hablar
Stanley
a
for a
Ellis
few
Stanley
remarks
para unas
following some
comentarios
well-deserved
que tienen
recognition.
reconocimiento
Mr. Ellis Stanley.
merecida.
Thank you, Councilman Labange and members
Gracias,
of this
consejero
council.
Banchi, miembros del Consejo, como
Councilor Bonds
Councilor
indicated,
Banchi
partners in
indicó, parte
preparedness
de
is
esa
what makes
preparación
this
es lo que es
community
esta
great,
comunidad
and we
grande.
are pushing
Y
it
estamos
back to the
empujando el
community
regreso a la
to meet
comunidad
us
para
and making
estar
sure
con
that we
nosotros,
have
estar
the best
seguros de que
prepared
tenemos el mejor
neighborhoods
para
anywhere.
vecindarios en
And
cualquier
this
parte.
year
Y
we were
este
very
año
successful
estamos
in
muy
getting
exitosos
the
en tener
malls, our community
nuestra
malls
comunidad de modos
involved
envueltos
in doing emergency preparedness fairs with us. And it
ferias
is
de
an example of what we
preparación
want
y
to
es
keep
lo
up.
de
We don't
emergencia,
want
esto es lo
April
que
only
queremos
to be
trabajar
emergency
más que
preparedness
sea.
month. We want every day
Abril
to
que
be
sea, creo que
emergency
seamos
preparedness
todos los
month.
días
And we're
preparación
fortunate to
de
have with
veces
us
fortunados
today
tenemos ahora con
Westfield
nosotros
Eagle Rock
Westfield,
Mall,
Eagle Rock y
represented by
todos
Kathy
representados por Kathy,
Villanueva and
Elena
Celeste Mizo, and then at Eagle Rock, and then Westfield Topanga, represented by
representada por
Rebecca Bailey, I'm sorry,
Bailey.
and Brianna Castillo from Westfield Topanga, and representing the American Red Cross, who's always been partners in preparedness with us, is Mr. Gil Smith. Gil chairs the Emergency Preparedness, Emergency Services Board. He's also on the American Red Cross Board for Los Angeles Board of Directors, but he's also the former mayor of Carson City. And also we have Scott Candy Carson. Also we have Scott Candy with Cultural Affairs. If you recall, for the month of April and much of this month, you saw in the hallways over the bridge an example of what Cultural Affairs has done for us by putting that artwork there. And also with DWP, another partner is Gail Harrison.
le da muchas
I
gracias.
just want to, for
Y
the
les quería
record, read
para
out as you
leer
add
cómo
to
usted
that, the
añade
Allstate
eso,
Insurance
todo el
Company is an
seguranza, todos los
all-star, the
estrellas, una
American Red
estrella.
Cross is
La
an
Cruz
all-star all
Roja
the time,
también está la estrella
especially
todo el tiempo.
on blood
Y
drives and other
también
things that
en
we
los
had here
hechos
in the
que
Civic Center
tenemos
this
aquí en el
week.
Centro
The
Cívico de
Baldwin
esta
Hills
semana,
Crenshaw
Baldwin Hills
Plaza, the
Crenshaw
Cultural
Plaza,
Affairs Department
de
of
parte
the
de
City of
la
Los
ciudad de Los
Angeles,
Ángeles,
the Westfield Shopping
Westfield
Town, as you
Shopping
mentioned,
Park,
in
como usted
Eagle Rock,
menciona, Eagle Rock,
Westfield Shopping Town in Topanga, the Westside Pavilion, Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company,
compañía de
El Pueblo,
El Pueblo,
Los Angeles, the birthplace of the City of the Angels, the Port of Los Angeles, the great
el
Department of
gran
Water and
departamento
Power,
de
General Services
servicios generales del
within the great General Services
servicios
Department.
general del departamento,
Comcast Advertising and Northrop
Advertising,
Grumman. The partnership continues
continua
between the City of Los
entre la ciudad de
Angeles
Los
and great people
Ángeles
that
y la
stand behind
gente
me
que están atrás
in
de
making
mí,
our
en
citizens
hacer
aware of
muchos
the need
ciudadanos de
for
la necesidad
emergency
de
preparedness. So in time
preparación
of emergency,
en tiempo de
they
emergencia.
can do the right
Pueden
thing.
hacer la cosa
Congratulations and
correcta.
thank you all
Muchas
very
gracias,
much, Alex.
felicitaciones, gracias a todos.
And I'd like to, Madam President, call on the great Jan Perry of the great 9th District, who is having a great day today. She's got a bicycle. Great from her great staff. Let's give Jan Perry's staff a big hand for all they do.
Maravilla por todo lo que hacen.
Members, you may recall,
Miembros a la me
Mr.
recuerdan el
Holden,
señor
know if
Holden,
you
déjeme
don't,
de saber,
but I
sí,
know you would
porque yo sé
especially
que usted especialmente.
a booklet that you
Un
received,
librito que recibió
about 4 weeks ago.
hace como 4
This
semanas.
nod of approval, this wonderful book,
Este
the heart
libro
of
maravilloso,
history of
la
Los Angeles.
razón de
Is that Avila here with us right now still? I know he's always working. But this
empecé
is a beautiful
trabajando, pero
book.
este es un libro
heart of Los
maravilloso, el
Angeles.
corazón de Los Ángeles. Sí.
Where's Kevin? Kevin, get over here, Kevin Jew. Kevin Jew's a great Angelino in
Es un
history.
gran Angelino
He's the
de
one who
historia, es
found
el que
the Lindbergh
encontró
Beacon.
Lindbergh
Give Kevin a big hand. Put him
Denle
back
una
up
mano.
on top of the video.
Yes.
Stand behind these great artists and
Detrás de este
writers here.
libro.
Jan, I'm going to call on you to speak first, because this is the Great Ninth District that we sit in the City Hall at 200 North Main, and now there's a book all about it that Jan can tell you about.
Thank you, Councilman Labange, and you're a wonderful, wonderful person. Just yesterday, I think you said you love me, I want you to know, I want the world to know I love you too. All right? Anyway, this is just a lovely, lovely book about City Hall, the heart of Los Angeles, and it uses the history of City Hall to highlight the importance of preservation. It is written with facts and the story behind this great 1928 building of City Hall, and the functions as well as the restoration story as well. It's a great way for us to help young people learn more about our city. And what's especially unique is that City Hall is a part of the Los Angeles Unified School District fourth grade curriculum and can be used to augment and enrich the students' field trip experiences when they come here to City Hall. This book can interest children in the importance of preservation of our local cultural assets and illustrate that even the walls in our buildings have a story to tell each and every one of us. I want to thank Project Restore for giving their full support. Thanks to Tom Labange for his support, and to Debbie and Susan for making such a wonderful book and giving such a wonderful gift to our city. It really underlines and underscores their passion and interest in presenting books to readers of all ages on this important issue of preservation and our rich architectural and historical beautiful stories that we have to share with our children. Thank you so much.
Debbie Beltran and Susan Blue, give them a better hand. You're in this great building that they wrote a beautiful book. Susan or Debbie first? Debbie first.
Hi, I'm Susan.
Yo soy Susan.
When Debbie and I first walked into the walls, the halls of City Hall, we were so impressed with the beauty and the grandeur and this wonderful jewel that belongs to all of us. It's our City Hall. We wanted to write a book that we could share with the citizens of Los Angeles and the students of Los Angeles. This wonderful treasure is open to all of us. It's the seat of our city government. It has a history. It has a life of its own. And it's our pleasure and honor to be here. Thank you so much, Councilperson Jan Perry and Tom Labange, for honoring us with this commendation. We really, really appreciate it. We would also like to thank our wonderful artist, Eileen Latin, who spent many, many days and hours looking at all the beautiful marbles, tiles, and bronzes, and was able to meticulously put them as the illustrations for our book. We would also like to thank Claudia Sloan and Laura Stern and the wonderful people at Tall Fellow Press, a local Los Angeles publisher, by the way, for publishing our book. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Also, we'd like to thank Jane McNamara from the Los Angeles Conservancy, who helped us greatly on this project, as well as, most importantly, Kevin Jew from Project Restore, who gave us so much of his time and was very helpful in this book. And thank you.
Thank you all. Everybody go out and buy the book.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. For the next presentation, let me recognize Councilmember Garcetti.
If I can ask the great Carlos Guitarlos to join me here at the podium, and Mr. Padilla. Please welcome the renowned musician, Mr. Carlos Guitarlos, to our chamber. Let him open. Well, we have a presentation today, Mr. Padilla and myself, for Mr. Carlos Guitarlos, one of the great icons not only of Los Angeles music, but of music in the United States. And if we can maybe cue one of the tracks right now, 15. So Mr. Carlos Guitarlos is a native of Cypress Park, a boy from Los Angeles, and was a member of the influential Los Angeles band Top Jimmy and the Rhythm Pigs, and legendary house, which was the legendary house band in the Cafe Grande nightclub. And he and his bandmates epitomized the freewheeling spirit and enthusiasm that embodied the Los Angeles music scene, bands like Minutemen, X, Los Lobos, and others. And he continues to share his music with others. He's had quite a ride through life, and his music, I think, shares the ups and downs, the triumphs and the tragedies. He performed in San Francisco's Mission District for nearly every single day for many years. And he's just recently released a new CD, Straight from the Heart, on the Nomad record label with 17 songs that evoke a heartfelt emotion on every single track, and that also feature guest appearances by John Doe and Mike Watt, formerly of the Minutemen. We actually have, I think, 3 performances locally, or 3 appearances, rather. You're going to be performing at Harvelle's in Santa Monica on June 6th. Oh, that's this evening. Excuse me. This evening. Right, then tomorrow in the heart of Hollywood at Amoeba Records, best record store in the country, at 2 o'clock in Hollywood, and then the Echo in Echo Park, just down the street from where I live, on June 8th. That's going to be on Sunday at what time? About 11. Yeah, just saunter on over when it feels right. And then also Tower Records, on June 20th as well. And the Saturday performance is free. And I know that we've got a big fan in CD7, not just from the council member, but from Press Deputy Mr. David Gershwin, who thought up this great idea and wanted to see if Mr. Padilla wanted to add anything real quick, and then we'll hear from the legend himself, and we'll go out with another song. So, Mr. Padilla.
Thank you, Councilmember Garcetti, for taking the lead on this presentation, colleagues, and so many our other presentations and recognitions. I was looked to what's great about Los Angeles, and here's yet another example of wonderful talent, wonderful inspiration, and inspiration that has come by way of the artistic world. So, Carlos, thank you for being with us.
Por estar con nosotros y me gustaría que ustedes.
Well, first of all, I was born and raised in LA, and I know every shortcut to town. So thank you very much. And it's good to see things about electric cars and the wetlands and the culture clash, and a whole lot of culture here today. And I'm part of LA. I've always have been, I always will be. And I want to thank you very much for this resolution. The music is straight from my heart, but it's straight from you guys, too. All of you. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Laughter, here ever after, the ones came my way. Woman is love, yeah, child is music. They both have a good times, the ones came my way.
Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti and Mr. Padilla. Let me now recognize Councilmember Nick Pacheco.
Madam President and colleagues, good morning to all of you. As you saw this morning in La Opinion, we are being visited here in the city of Los Angeles by an incredible individual, a member of the Assembly of El Salvador. She is a Congress member from El Salvador. So I would like to welcome the Honorable Blanca Flor Bonilla. She is obviously here to further enhance our already great relationship that we have with the Salvadoran people, not only here in Los Angeles, because as you know, there's close to 900,000 to 1 million El Salvadorans here in the Los Angeles city and county area. Despite a difficult past and gruesome civil war, many members of the Salvadoran community in Los Angeles and countrywide have become a strategic labor force for the development of the United States economy and as well for the development of El Salvador's economy. Right now, today, colleagues, myself and Councilmember Ed Reyes, who shares a great number of the El Salvadoran community in his district, are introducing a resolution to further enhance our friendship to the people of El Salvador by starting the process to develop a sister city program with the capital of San Salvador. And so we are very committed, speak on behalf of both of us who introduced that motion, to seeing the city of Los Angeles embrace all the people of El Salvador. And as you know, not only have Mike Hernandez and myself, and I'm not sure if Ed has visited El Salvador yet, but he has, and he will be. All right. We have all been there during those earthquakes, during times when they've needed our assistance. And we were obviously, as a city, very much a part of the refugee movement during the 80s. Ms. Bonilla, Congress member Bonilla, she worked for the Cultural, Youth, and Sports Secretariat, Ministry of Education from 1973 to 1981, organizing consultant for nonprofit organizations with Central American refugees and with popular sectors in Mexico City. She is here with us in not only Los Angeles, but in California to work on advancing the immigrant and human rights of all Salvadorans in California. She is meeting with local Salvadorans, religious groups, social groups, and university organizations. As you know, we have been always a strong advocate of sanctuary and refugee for many political asylum applicants and for all people who suffer strife in their native countries. And so on behalf of the City Council, I would like to present this resolution to Congress member Blanca Flor Bonilla, welcoming her here to the City of Los Angeles and expressing our deep appreciation for her personal commitment to the people of El Salvador and by extension, increasing our understanding of our responsibility to all the people who live in Los Angeles and the greater Los Angeles region. So on behalf of the City of Los Angeles, it gives me great pleasure to present this to you. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Mr. Pacheco. Let me recognize Councilmember Reyes. Mr. Reyes would like to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Es un gran gusto darle a usted, congresista Bonilla, la bienvenida aquí en la ciudad de Los Ángeles. Como sabemos, tenemos una gran comunidad de salvadoreños aquí en nuestra comunidad, en mi distrito, y siempre es un placer tener un personaje como usted estar aquí con nosotros para celebrar la riqueza de El Salvador, todo lo que han contribuido a nuestra ciudad. Councilmembers, I just wanted to give the congressperson a welcome and essentially commend her for being here, knowing that we have a great representation here in Los Angeles of the Grand El Salvadorian community, who also provides and contributes to the richness of our cultures in our city. Muchas gracias por estar con nosotros.
Madam President, colleagues, we also have the mayor's office here represented to
Council President, members of council, distinguished guests, it's a great pleasure to be here today and to welcome Congresswoman Blanca Flor Bonilla to Los Angeles. And on behalf of Mayor Han, I wish to extend best wishes and a warm welcome, and we hope that you come back again to visit with us.
Honorables concejales de la ciudad de Los Ángeles,
Honorable council people of the city of Los Angeles,
estoy aquí para fortalecer los lazos de amistad, de solidaridad y de cooperación entre nuestros pueblos y los gobiernos.
I'm here to strengthen the arms and relations of our towns, of our cities.
Y para agradecerles todo el apoyo y la sensibilidad social que ustedes han manifestado a través de sus acciones en beneficio del bienestar de la comunidad de salvadoreños y centroamericanos acá en Los Ángeles y que tiene una incidencia en el estado de California.
Thank you for all the Salvadorians who reside here in Los Angeles that have a resident here in the state of California.
Quiero agradecer especialmente al concejal Nick Pacheco por 3 iniciativas en favor de nuestra comunidad.
I want to thank especially Mr. Nick Pacheco for giving the initiative on behalf of our community.
Por haber promovido acá el Día del Salvadoreño el 6 de agosto.
For having promoted the Day of the Salvadorian the 6th of August.
Por habernos visitado hace un poco más de 2 años en momentos tan críticos y angustiosos, en momentos de los terremotos en El Salvador.
For having visited at some times of very hardship, the times of the earthquakes.
Y por estar promoviendo la iniciativa de hermanamiento entre la ciudad de Los Ángeles y la ciudad de San Salvador.
For having promoting the movement of the sisterhood between El Salvador and Los Angeles.
Que esperamos sea el inicio de otros hermanamientos de ciudades importantes donde conviven compatriotas acá con ciudades nuestras en El Salvador.
Hoping to be more of the sisterhood of other cities that our citizens live here with other cities of El Salvador.
Gracias por este recibimiento, por este reconocimiento y que Dios les bendiga.
Thanks for this recognition and God bless you.
Gracias. Thank you, Mr. Pacheco.
And before I move on, I just want to recognize the Salvadoran American National Association, SANA, who was the impetus to Dia del Salvadoreño here in the city of Los Angeles. Let me also bring up, leaving the international front to come to a more neighborhood front. Let me bring up Bob Cota. Come on up, Bob. Bob is one of our treasures in the community of Eagle Rock. He was born and raised in Eagle Rock, graduated from Eagle Rock High School, has raised his family there. One of the proudest moments in his personal life was not the fact that the city of Los Angeles named the street after his sister, Lolita, but the fact that his daughter was honored, his daughter Carol was honored as the Pasadena Rose Queen in 1966. He has worked for many years with the Eagle Rock Boosters Club. He is Robert Cota has a masonry business in Eagle Rock. He's been in that business for over 45 years. He works with all the community members and all the neighbors to make sure that their homes are beautiful and maintained. And if you know anything about Eagle Rock, we have a very eclectic look in terms of the homes. Many of them are very unique. We take a lot of pride. I'm an Eagle Rock resident myself, so that's why I can say we take a lot of pride in the fact that we have such a unique neighborhood. He's the past president for many years, an active board member of the Eagle Rock Tuanas. He's worked with the Key Club at Eagle Rock High School and the Youth House. He's well known throughout Eagle Rock as Apple Bob for his apple sales, selling apples to the Tuanas to raise money for youth. He was a founding board member of the Eagle Rock Chamber of Commerce. He was also he's also the founding member, but has worked with the community closely to have the chamber be an important force in the neighborhood. And you can always find Bob behind the bar, attending the chamber social mixers. Right, Bob? Amen. There you go. Amen. Robert X. Cota, we don't know what the X stands for. Xavier, okay. who was also
que
supported
también fue
by his
soportado
beautiful
por
wife
su
Mary
marido
in all his community
todos los
involvements,
envolvimientos.
was also previously
También fue
recognized in
reconocido
December
por
6,
diciembre 6 de
1980
1980
in the Eagle Rock Chamber of Commerce Wall of Honor at Eagle Rock City Hall. So, Bob, I want to give you this resolution, and by the adoption of this resolution, the City Council of the City of Los Angeles, along with the Mayor, City Attorney, and City Controller, on behalf of its residents, do hereby recognize Robert X. Cota for his years of dedication, hard work, and unselfish service to the Eagle Rock community and the City of Los Angeles. Congratulations, Robert.
Felicitaciones.
Thank you. Do you want to say anything?
¿Quieres decir algo?
One small
Un
comment
pequeño
about
comentario
Nick
acerca de
Pacheco.
Nick Pacheco.
I think
Yo creo
as our
que
councilman,
como nuestro
our
concejal
former councilman,
concejal anterior,
his choice
su
of everything that
escogiendo
he
todo lo
tackled
que hace
was done in good
fue
taste
hecho
and
muy
honesty, and above all, his selection
con
for
gusto
his
y
field
ingresó
deputy
por
in
su
Eagle
control
Rock,
en Eagle Rock.
Linda Herbert,
Linda Herbert,
couldn't
que no
be
podía
any
hacer
better.
nada
And
mejor.
when you take a
Cuando
look at
toma
her,
ver
you'll
a
realize
se
that
dan
with her
cuenta
in the
de que
house,
ella
you'll
en la
never
casa
need
nunca
flowers.
necesita
Thank you,
flores.
Nick.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Pacheco.
Gracias,
Let me
Pacheco. Vamos a
recognize
reconocer
Councilmember
al
Perry.
concejal Perry.
Thank you very much. I'd like
Muchas
the
gracias,
representatives from the Department
representantes
of
del
Public
Departamento
Works
de
to come
Trabajos
forward.
Públicos vengan para
Vladimir
adelante,
Campos
Vladimir
and
Campos
company.
y compañía.
Hi, how are you? Come stand here and come on, stand here in a minute. Come on, you guys. It should be fine. And I'm also joined here by Commissioner Rubalcaba, and she will speak with us in a minute. On May 17th, the Department of Public Works Bureau of Sanitation co-sponsored a very successful community cleanup event and environmental services fair in South Los Angeles with my office. Over 1,000 volunteers and community leaders joined city workers to clean up neighborhoods from Avalon to 84th Street to Manchester. Graffiti contractors painted out graffiti. The Bureau of Street Services and Sanitation removed bulky items, and volunteers assisted in cleaning up vacant lots and alleys. A tree planting ceremony took place as part of the beautification phase of this program, and the Bureau of Street Lighting installed lights on utility poles and in alleys. After the cleanup, volunteers came together to celebrate their work at the Environmental Services Fair. The 4-hour celebration included food, volunteers' live entertainment, giveaways, and public education materials. It was a successful event that helped to beautify our community and supported a sense of pride. And as an added bonus, we learned that the used oil collection at Green Meadows Recreation Center was also a major success. During the event, we collected 1,200 gallons of used motor oil and one 55-gallon drum of used filters. The 109 participating do-it-yourselfers who brought their used oil and filter that day received used oil and filter recycling containers, shop towels, funnels, and educational information materials in order to promote the continued recycling of oil in their own communities on their own blocks. This could not have been a great success without the commitment and help of the Department of Public Works and the workers and the folks behind me and other city departments and community-based organizations. I want to thank everyone here for participating in this great event, and I'm going to ask Commissioner to speak, and then I'll name off the names of the individuals that I want to recognize today.
Thank you, Councilwoman. This, for me, is an exciting time. I can think back to approximately 4 years ago when Nick, Councilman Pacheco, Lloyd Montserrat, and I sat in the conference room in CD14 and had one of our famous debates on how we can help the residents in the 14th. And after much discussion and much debate, I am proud to say that the environmental fair is the end product of that. Kind of
que es como similar a lo que pasamos para el Washington Centro. Y el medio ambiente tiene dos metas. La primera meta es educar a nuestros residentes en la importancia de mantener las sus comunidades limpias, informándoles en cuestiones de medio ambiente y cosas simples que estamos haciendo por sus haciendo a los residentes. La segunda meta es desarrollar juegos públicos y asociaciones sin ganancias. Las ganancias en sí pasaron por la petición de propuestas, se sentaron en contestaron preguntas y han trabajado en relación al gobierno de nuestro sistema para poder ser un gran contratista. Estamos esperando que un día, como desarrollamos nuestros programas de trabajos públicos, que también puedan competir con diferentes compañías para propuestas que nosotros tuvimos contratos que tuvimos con nuestros en la ciudad de Los Ángeles.
The first year we
El
had
primer
this
año
fair,
tuvimos
we
esta
worked on a
feria,
shoestring
trabajamos
budget, and I'm very proud
en
to
una
say
propuesta
that
de
everyone behind
objetos y
me
todos atrás de mí
worked and gave
trabajaron
extra
y
time
ganaron
of
de tiempo
themselves.
extra de sí
Now that we've
mismos.
been able
Ahora
to
que hemos
develop them
podido
throughout the
desarrollar
city,
por
we
toda
get
la ciudad
assistance from all the
asistencia de todos
departments
los
that Councilwoman
departamentos que el
Perry
concejal
will
Perry
acknowledge. I would
reconocerá.
like
Y
to
me
thank
gustaría dar las
Councilman
gracias al
Perry,
concejal Perry y
Councilmember
al
Perry for this
concejal Perry por este
recognition
reconocimiento
from all of us at
para
Public
todos
Works
nosotros de
and
trabajos
encouraging
públicos
us
y
to do
alentarlos
good
a los que hagan buen
work in the
trabajo en
communities
las
of need.
comunidades de necesidad.
And while our
Y
long-term
mientras nuestro
goal is to
metas de
hold
tiempo
environmental
muchos
fairs
tienen
throughout
las
the
ferias
city,
de por toda
I
la
hope
ciudad y
that you will
espero que
support our
todos soporten
strategy
nuestra
of
estrategia
holding fairs in
de las
neighborhoods
ferias y
where the need
vecindarios
for
donde la necesidad
education
para
and the
educación
support
y el
is the
soporte es
greatest.
el mejor.
Thank you again,
Gracias otra
and
vez.
after this
Y después
presentation,
de
I
esta
suspect that
presentación,
we will be
sospecho
receiving
que
phone
vamos a
calls from
recibir
other
llamadas
council
por otras
offices,
oficinas de
and it'll be
concejales
similar to
y
the
va
Washington
similar al
drop-off
Washington
podcast
Drop-Off
center.
en el
It's
centro.
great to know that we
Es
have
maravilloso
stolen a few
saber que
ideas
es
from
una
Councilman Pacheco,
robado
and that
unas ideas
everyone
del
in the city
concejal
will, at
Pacheco.
the
La
end of the
ciudad está
day,
dispuesta al final del día
benefit from it. Thank
se
you.
beneficien de eso. Gracias.
Vladimir Campos.
Mucho más. María Campos. Vladimir
Thank you,
Campos.
Councilwoman.
Gracias.
Mr. President,
Señor
members of
presidente,
the Council.
miembros del
On April
Consejo, cuando en el
2001,
año
we
2001
celebrated our
celebramos
first
nuestro
Celebrating a Clean Community program
programa de
and
limpieza
environmental
y
services fair.
servicios
Opening the book of Council
abriendo el
District
libro del
9
distrito
and the
número
Department
9 y el
of Public
Departamento de
Works
Trabajos
to write
Públicos
an outstanding page for
por ser una
education
página para
and services
educación y
to the community.
servicios a la comunidad.
This year,
Este
we
año
just celebrated on May
estamos celebrando en
17th
mayo
for the
17
third time
por la
our
tercera
great
vez
program.
nuestro gran programa.
School students,
Escuelas,
churches,
estudiantes,
fellows, households, a community-based organization, Los Angeles Conservation Corps, Councilwoman Jan Perry's office,
su oficina
and Department of
y el
Public Works
Departamento de Trabajos
entities
Públicos y las
got
entidades se
together
juntaron
with one
con
common goal:
una meta en común,
stand pride
estar
in the
orgullosos
community
en la
and
comunidad
improve
y
quality
mejorar
of
la calidad de
life
vida
for constituents
para
living on
constituyentes
District
saliendo
9.
en Distrito 9.
Education and
Educación
enforcement of city
de los
services
servicios
is a must in the city of Los Angeles,
para la ciudad de
and
Los
communities
Ángeles y
are the
las
heart
comunidades son el
for the
corazón
success
por
of
el
each
éxito
of
de
our
cada uno de
programs.
nuestros programas.
Recycling,
Reciclar,
multi-item service,
servicios
used oil
grandes,
and filter
aceite usada
recycling program,
y programas de
and others
reciclaje y
are
otros
helping
están
the great
ayudando al
city of
gran
Los
ciudad de
Angeles
Los Ángeles
to improve
para mejorar
environmental issues.
cuestiones del medio
I
ambiente.
thank every one of the
Gracias a
representatives
todos los
present in this
representantes
room
presentes
today
en estos
for
grupos
the
hoy
effort
por
done
el
through this
esfuerzo
journey.
que se han hecho
Without you,
sin ustedes
it would have been impossible to
no es
have
imposible
a
tener
successful event.
un evento exitoso.
It is an honor to
Es
me
un
to receive
honor
this
para usted recibir
certificate
este
on behalf
certificado como
of my
parte
fellow
de
colleagues.
mis colegas.
It certainly motivates
Ciertamente
us
nos
to continue
motiva para
looking for
continuar
next year's
viendo para el
program.
programa del
God bless
próximo
you
año.
all.
Dios los bendiga a todos.
Thank you very much.
Muchas
And I'm
gracias.
going to
Y
just
te
read
voy a
off the names of
nomás
the
de los
departments.
nombres de
I'm not
los
going to present
departamentos.
them
No voy
right
a
now, but
presentarlos
just want to
ahorita,
make
pero
sure
quiero
that you
estar
knew who they
seguro
were.
que sepan ustedes quiénes son.
Watershed Protection Division,
De
Citywide Recycling Division, the General Services
los
Print
servicios
Shop,
generales, la prensa,
to the board as well,
la
the
Cámara
Los Angeles
también,
Conservation
la
Corps,
delegación de la
Department of
Cámara,
Street
Departamento
Trees,
de Árboles,
Street Lights, Department of Street
luces,
Lights, and to the
y
Public
a
Affairs
la
Office, to the
Oficina
Department of Public
de
Works,
Trabajos
Lot Cleaning
Públicos,
Division,
sesión
Operation
de
Clean Sweep, of
operación.
course, and and to the Bureau of
y la Cámara de
Sanitation. Without
Sanitación.
these
Sin
departments, we
estos
could not have
departamentos
been
no
able to do
hubiéramos
this.
podido
And
hacer
thanks
esto y
and much
muchas gracias
appreciation
por
to all of
apreciación
you.
para
Thank you.
todos ellos. Gracias.
Thank you, Ms. Perry.
Gracias, señora Perry.
I would like to now at
Me
this
gusta
time recognize
reconocer al
Councilmember
concejal
Alex Padilla.
Alex Padilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Gracias,
Colleagues, I want to welcome my valued
quiero darle
delegations
delegación del
here to council chambers. It's been a long
Ha
morning,
sido una mañana
but as some of
bastante
the
larga, pero
previous
algunos de los
folks that we've recognized have
se
said it's wonderful
reconocido han dicho, es
to sit here and look at the wide array of
la
people,
cantidad
wide
ancha
array
de
of
gente,
issues and
cuestiones
accomplishments that we take these
que hemos
opportunities
tomado la
to
oportunidad
highlight.
para
And this next
subrayar.
presentation is
Y nos
one
presentes en
that's
especial,
particularly special to me.
especial para mí.
Colleagues, I
Colegas,
introduce to
que les
you
presento a
Virginia
ustedes
Dideker, the winner
Virginia
of
Dideker,
this
la
year's
ganadora
Cesar
de la
Chavez
Cesar Chavez
Commemorative Committee
Comité de
Award in the
Premio
Northeast San Fernando Valley.
Noreste
You
de San
all
Fernando,
voted on
todos
whether you
votamos
recognize it
si
or
lo
not, a
reconocemos,
special
es
event
un
motion
evento
each and
especial
every year
para cada
where we
año.
plan and
Lo que
organize
planeamos y organizamos
the annual March for Justice, honoring the legacy of Cesar Chavez in the
la
Northeast San
justicia
Fernando
del
Valley.
Valle de San
It's a
Fernando.
beautiful, it's
Es un
always a
maravilloso,
beautiful
siempre es
day
un
of a
maravilloso día
walk
cuando
from
nosotros
Grand
caminamos
Park
de
in Mission Hills
Grand
in the
Park,
city of
Mission
Los
Hill, en la ciudad de
Angeles
Los
to San
Ángeles,
Fernando
al
Park
Valle de San
in the
Fernando,
city of San
Parque en la ciudad
Fernando. And we use that march as an opportunity to remind ourselves and especially teach the next generation of what the Cesar Chavez legacy is, what Cesar Chavez stood for. Of course, he's associated with organizing farm workers and teaching people about working conditions and your rights as a laborer in this country. But when you really appreciate all his values and all his lessons, he knows he was concerned about health, about environmental justice, and about so many other things. But just as important as the issues was his techniques and his tactics. It's the concept and the philosophy of organizing, the philosophy of providing dignity to all people, and most importantly, the legacy of non-violence as a means to affect change. And it's the capturing of this legacy that has led to this March celebrating its 10th anniversary. And a few years ago, the organizing committee has expanded the type of programs and activities associated with the celebration of the Cesar Chavez holiday. It's now a holiday. Along with that has been an awards presentation. And I wanted to introduce to you this year's award recipient, Virginia Dideker, who the committee selected not only for her contributions to the organizing of the event and participation in the committee, but what she has dedicated her life to as well. She is an adult education instructor with the Los Angeles Unified School District. We especially appreciate her being the founder of El Ballet Folclórico Olin, which is a folklorico dance group founded in the San Fernando Valley. She's a resident of Van Nuys, but has traveled around the country and really around the world and has become the best of the best. That group was founded in 1972. Her community involvement is large and small, including her volunteer work for nearly 25 years at Las Palmas Park, serving the residents of the Northeast San Fernando Valley. And I want to introduce a couple of the other guests that are with us, the previous recipients of this award. Ed Rose is here. Ed, come forward. My high school history government teacher, Alex Ressa, is here. And I'll save my joke for later. And Beto Ruiz is here, previous recipients of the award. But at this point in time, I did want to introduce and ask her to just share a few words, something from the heart with us. Virginia Dideker.
I want to personally thank Council President Alex Padilla for making this opportunity happen today. And I want to thank City Council. Cesar Chavez was a man whose work and his life transformed American society. This is a man whose name has been synonymous with the continuous struggle of the migrant farm workers, and it's an honor for me to stand here before you and to be associated with his work. And this year was our 10th year of the March for Justice that starts in the city of Los Angeles, right in front of San Fernando Mission, and culminates in the city of San Fernando at Recreation Park. And we're committed. I'm standing here with the members of the Cesar Chavez Commemoration Committee, who are committed to preserving his legacy, the dedication that Cesar Chavez, the way he lived his life, he was promoting nonviolence, he promoted dignity, justice, and equality for all people. And this group of people, we're going to be finishing this year. Not only is this our 10th year anniversary, but this year we're going to be culminating the efforts of about 4 years in putting together the largest Cesar Chavez Memorial Monument in the nation. So that's going to be happening. Thank you.
En reconocimiento de su primer día por todo lo que ha hecho, tiene esta resolución para presentar usted con parte de la ciudad de Los Ángeles.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla.
Gracias, señor Padilla.
And I would like to recognize the councilman who will make the final presentation of the day, Councilmember Parks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to ask the coaching staff for the USC women's golf team to come up. First of all, Steve Lopes, the Senior Associate Athletic Director, the two assistant coaches, Ted Gleason, Mary Carrotted, the Director of Golf, Kurt Suet, the head women's coach, Andrea Gaston. I'd like to introduce you to the best female golfer in the college ranks today, is Michaela Parlett. We'd like to introduce you to the staff because with Michaela's effort, she was the #1 golfer in college female golfing, but also it's the first female NCAA title in golf won by the USC school. So Wendy, the first championship for female golf at USC. I just wanted to make sure you know. But I'd like to have a certificate for the university. Lopes to come up.
Lopes que venga para acá.
It's our pleasure today to be here in front of the council, Councilman Parks, and all of the people present. USC has a proud tradition in athletics and academics, and this is our first championship in golf, men's or women's, and we're very proud of our team. Our coaching staff did a fantastic job, and we're very proud to be part of this great city, and thank you very much for having us here today.
I just want to
Nada más quiero dar las
thank
gracias
USC,
a USC primeramente por
outstanding
su
athletic
programa atlético y ser parte. Todavía es un fantástico 4 años.
Played some good golf
Ya
and,
se hizo jugar golf.
had fun, but
Y está enfrente.
and I also want to
También
thank,
quiero dar las gracias.
I came from Sweden
Y
to
vine
LA,
de Sweden a
and
Los Ángeles.
LA's been really
Y de veras en Los
a
Ángeles
great
fue
place
un
for
gran
me to be
lugar
for these
para
4
estar
years.
aquí los 4 años entonces.
It's been great.
Es maravilloso, muchas gracias.
Chair LeBron also would like to speak.
Councilman Parks, I want to congratulate the champions of the University of Southern California. Los Angeles also, who you know, you're from Sweden, but you'll know this about our history. This city is the birthplace of municipal golf, where the first public courses came into being in Los Angeles, which was very important to allow everyone to play golf. And now we have a great program at the citywide with the Park where young people come to the training academy near the pony rides to learn your sport of golf. So congratulations, and know that the history of this city is deep in public golf, which adds more opportunities for people to play the game. I've never played it, but I admire people who do.
Mr. Labange.
Señor Labange.
Thank you again, council members, for having us here. We'd like to offer a little token of our appreciation. We brought some hats for all the council members. I understand there's a few from Westwood on the council, but if you'll take the cardinal and gold, we would love you to also share in our pride. This is something that all of us had a vision that we share to do something not only for USC, but something for the city of Los Angeles. We heard all the criticism when, you think of taking a job or taking on a challenge like this of being in the downtown area, and, the crime rate and all those kind of things. And we have players that have come from all over the world and a staff that has been committed to doing things at the very highest level. And we did it in the city of Los Angeles, and we're very proud of that. And it's our first one at USC, and we hope there'll be many more. Thank you.
The next group would like to come up is, we're going to honor today, and although we talk about it a great deal about how important education is, we have three teachers at the LA Unified School District level that have provided quality instruction for our children for 126 years. Three of them are retiring. I'd like to ask Mr. James West to come up. 50 years of service. This is Janice Earl, 33 years of service. And Ms. Juanita Walker Deckard, 43 years of service. And basically, just to give a little background, Mr. West is an original instructor at Crenshaw High School. He was born in Hennessy, Oklahoma, graduated from Booker T. Washington High School and later attended Langston University, earned a bachelor's degree and a master's degree from California Polytechnic University, and also a second master's at the University of La Verne. He started his teaching career in September of '53 at Jackson High School and then to Crenshaw when it opened in '68, and he's been remained at Crenshaw teaching health classes since then. He's worked over 20 years also in the adult school. I'd also like to give a little background on Mrs. Juanita Walker Deckard, earned a master's degree at Cal State Long Beach, began as a librarian at the Wadsworth Elementary School, and in '74 became a librarian at Southgate High School, and later became a faculty president at Southgate High School and continued services in the Southgate High School area. As years went on, she went to Crenshaw High School, she took a position as librarian, and then later became the athletic director, and she's dedicated her entire life to youth and education. Also, Mrs. Earl worked at Marlton School for the Deaf for 33 years. Recently, we had the school and honored the month addressing the hearing impaired just a couple of weeks ago. She has worked in secondary science department for several years. She also has run the Latchkey Care program and also works with the Scouts. She also ran the tutoring program labeled Today's Fresh Start. She serves as on the Marlton Social Association Committee. I'd like to bring up all three instructors as James West, Juanita Walker Deckard, and Janice Earl.
I call myself Apostle. The celebrity at Crenshaw has always been Willie West. And it's good to be here
Bueno, estar aquí
not as a part of an
no como
athletic
parte de
program,
un
but
programa
as a part of
atlético,
an
como
academic
parte de un
program.
programa académico.
People have wondered why
Gente
I stayed at
pregunta
Crenshaw
por qué
so
estoy- me
long.
quedaron en Crenshaw tanto tiempo.
It was because of the fact that it wasn't
Era por el
easy to
hecho de
get
que era
there.
fácil llegar ahí.
I spent a couple of years in the
Un par de años.
all-male army. I then went to Cal
Entonces,
Poly,
fui a
an
Cal Poly,
all-male school, and I was there for 4 years.
4 años ahí.
I came to Los
Vine a
Angeles
Los
and I taught
Ángeles
at
en
Jackson, which was an
enseñé en
all-boys
Jackson,
school.
que era una escuela de puros
For
hombres,
15 years.
15 años.
And finally, when I had an
Finalmente, cuando tuve la
opportunity to go to
oportunidad de ir a
Crenshaw,
Crenshaw,
I felt like I had
sentí
died
como
and
que
gone
había
to
muerto y
heaven.
había ido al cielo.
And I have never regretted a day that I have spent there. I have
Me
enjoyed
arrepiento
it,
de
and
todos los
I
días que
thank
estoy y le doy las gracias.
everybody
A
who
toda la
helped me
gente
to
que
stay
me
there
ayudó a
for
quedarme ahí por
having an opportunity to
tener la
work with some
oportunidad de
very
trabajar
fine young people.
con gente joven.
I love teaching,
Adoro
and all the time I
ser
was sitting
maestro y todo
here
el tiempo que estuve sentado
this
aquí.
morning, I
Esta
was
mañana estaba
thinking
pensando
of how many
de cuántos
students that
estudiantes
I missed
que
helping to learn something
aprender algo
during the periods
de
that
los
I've
periodos que yo
been here.
he estado aquí.
And even though I had a
Y aunque
substitute this
tengo un
morning,
sustituto esta
I
mañana,
still was there to meet my
estaba ahí
first
para
and
estar
second
mi
period.
primer y segundo
And
periodo.
when I leave here, I will
Cuando
meet
voy
my
a
fifth and
decir
sixth
que
periods.
periodo de quinto
Thank
y
you very
sexto.
much for
Muchas
this honor.
gracias por este honor.
Thank you so much for
Muchas
this
gracias por esta
opportunity
oportunidad
to show my
para enseñar mi
appreciation also
apreciación
for
también
teaching.
por
and
ser
loving the
maestra y
children that I've
adorar a los
worked
hijos
with.
con los que he trabajado.
And I just want to say
Queremos que le doy las
thank
gracias,
you.
muchas gracias.
And I hope that I
Y
can
espero
be
que
of
pueda hacerte
assistance
de
and
asistencia
help to other
y
young
ayudar a
people
otra
throughout
gente
the
joven
years.
por los años.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Mrs. Juanita Walker Decker.
Señora Walker de
I want the council
Yo
to
quiero al
know I
consejo que
was
sepa
born in
que
Los
yo nací en Los
Angeles. My
Ángeles.
father
Mi
was born
padre
in Los
nació en Los
Angeles.
Ángeles.
He was one of the
Era
first
uno de los primeros
Afro-American deputy
afroamericanos
sheriffs. I'm very
sheriff
proud
de
of
Punta.
that.
Estoy muy orgulloso de eso.
I have been teaching
Yo
for
siempre estoy
43
yendo
years. I
43
know I don't
años.
look like
Yo
it,
no
but
soy
I
muy
have.
loco.
I've enjoyed
he
every day of
disfrutado
it.
todos
It's
los
been
días, ha sido
exciting and it's
excitante
been
y ha
challenging.
sido
I want to thank
retante. Quiero darles
Councilman
el
Parks
consejo
and
al
all of
Parks y a
you for
todos ustedes por
recognizing
reconocer
educators
educación
when we can hear,
cuando nosotros podemos
not at our
oír,
funeral,
no en
but
nuestro
when we're
funeral,
able to
cuando
come
estamos
down
aquí.
and be greeted by all of you.
Seamos
Thank you.
bienvenidos por todos ustedes.
Mr. Holder.
Señor Holder.
Mr. President, members, I want to thank
Quiero dar las gracias
Chief Park, Mr. Parks,
al señor Parks,
and the
los
educators,
educadores
him for
por
giving
haber dado
consideration
consideración
and applauding those who helped
esos que
so many
ayudaron a
people
tanta gente
to have a
para
productive life.
tener una vida productiva.
Not often enough do
No tan
we
seguido
acknowledge the
reconocemos
contribution,
una
significant as it is,
significante tal como
of those educators
esos
who
educadores
direct our young,
que dirigen a
our youth
nuestros
in the right
jóvenes
direction
en la dirección
so they can have
correcta
productive life.
para vidas
These
productivas.
three people today
Estas
who
tres
we
gentes
honored
hoy que honoramos
for sure
por ser de seguro
paid their dues,
pagaron
for sure done their work here on the planet Earth,
en el
in
planeta.
making the quality of
Hacer
life
la
better
calidad de
for
vida
so many who otherwise could not be
otros
here.
no pueden estar
And
aquí.
they've been acknowledged by
Ser reconocidos por
Councilman Bernard
Concejal
Parks.
Bernard Parks.
We applaud him and
Aplaudimos a
them
él y a ellos
for all they do and all
todo
they
lo que
have
hacen,
done
por
and
todo
all
lo que han hecho,
that I
por
know they
todo
will
lo que
do
yo sé que van a hacer
in the years to come.
en los que vienen.
The next presentation I have is,
presentación que tengo
we've
es-
given a lot of
hemos
conversation
dado
to our
muchas
neighborhood council
conversaciones,
program.
estos consejos del
We thought it'd be
vecindario sería
appropriate that
apropiado
in
que
the 8th district,
en
the
el octavo
Empowerment
distrito
Congress
del
was
Congreso
generally viewed
generalmente es
as the
visto como la
organization that
organización
created the change in
creó
the
los
charter.
cambios en
We
la
have one of the
carta. Tenemos
first
uno de los
neighborhood
primeros
councils in the city of
consejos del
Los Angeles,
vecindario en
Southeast
Los
Neighborhood
Ángeles
Council.
Southwest.
We have a number of
Tenemos un
the
número de
original members. Ask Mr. Julian Rogers,
Julian Roberts,
Bajiza
Bajiza
Ta,
Ta.
Ajaza Ta. I'm gonna just call you Mrs. Payne Hayes.
Lo voy a dejar.
Priscilla Jaquette,
Priscilla
Joyce
Jaquette,
Rolla,
Joyce Rolla,
Trina Boye,
Trina Boyne,
Elizabeth McClellan,
Elizabeth McLennan,
Ernest Patterson,
Ernest Patterson,
Marie Rutledge,
Maria Rutledge,
Willie Simon,
Solomon,
Willie Solomon, Lula Bishop,
Lula Bishop,
Jack Denson,
Jack Denson,
O'Neill Cannon,
O'Neill Cannon,
Kathy Davis, Yolanda Bustos, and Maria Warriors. You all come up.
todos vengan para acá.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I don't mean to pester you about it.
Baseball, like Little League and youth baseball, hasn't started fields until like July. So they couldn't get us a field until the first week after the 4th of July again. So I haven't said anything else since like a long time ago.
Okay, so I'm ready to go. I'll send you my emails, that way you know. I'm serious. I'm ready to play. Take me to right field. Don't put me in the infield.
But you gotta come because everybody gets on.
Well, last night I couldn't do that. Sure, I could have good you can. The year before. This year I can't do it. My schedule isn't freed up.
Thank you,
Gracias.
Councilperson Parks. I
Pues,
understand that you like
yo
to
entiendo
call
que
that.
le llaman
And
eso.
to the City
El
Council.
concilio de la ciudad.
You know, as chair of this
Como
council,
presidente de
as
este
chair of the
concilio,
Department
presidente
of
del
Southeast Neighborhood Development Council,
Consejo de
we do what we're supposed to do.
Nosotros hacemos
You
lo
know,
que
it's
tenemos
a
que
good
hacer,
thing.
es una
It
cosa,
feels good to be
se siente bien,
given a congratulations
unas
for
felicitaciones por
making the quality of life in
la
our
calidad de
community
vida de nuestra comunidad
something better.
algo mejor.
However, it's just
Pero
my
es
opinion,
mi
that's what
opinión
we're
que eso
supposed
es
to
lo que
do.
debemos de hacer.
So it's really kind of
Entonces
ironic
es irónico
to be congratulated for
ser
doing what you're
felicitado
supposed
para
to
hacer
do.
lo que tienen que
It is
hacer.
simply my position
Simplemente mi
that
posición
my
que
first
las
responsibility is to
primeras
take care of my home.
responsabilidades es cuidar mis
And this to take care of my,
mismos y
then
cuidar
next is
y
to
lo
take care of my
próximo cuidar
block,
de
then so on and so
y
forth, to
entonces
take care of my
de
city,
mi
to
ciudad,
take care of my
de
community,
cuidar
then
mi
my city.
comunidad y luego mi
But
ciudad.
that's the important
Pero
things
eso
that
es
we're
la
supposed to
importancia
do.
de
We're
las cosas
supposed
que
to make
tenemos
this
que
a
hacer,
better,
tenemos que hacer
better
mejor
city,
ciudad.
a better neighborhood.
Y con
We're supposed to make this a better
tenemos que
country.
hacer mejor país.
So I do, on behalf of the Empowerment
Como
Congress
parte del
Southeast
aparato
Neighborhood Development Council,
sudeste,
I want to thank
quiero dar las gracias
Councilperson
al
Parks
consejero
for
concejal
congratulating us on doing what we should do
para hacer
at
lo
all
que tenemos que
times.
hacer todo el tiempo.
With that,
Con eso, gracias.
Ron Butcher.
Ron Butcher.
Quick picture. You see it on TV. Okay. Mr. Chair, I got one other request is that we've gone through our presentation, but I'd like to request that the council declare June 6, 2003 Shoshana Johnson Day. Primarily, I had an opportunity to meet Ms. Johnson on a flight yesterday as one of our ex-POWs. She was along with 5 other members of the U.S. Army 507 Maintenance Company, were all on a convoy about 200 miles southeast of Baghdad when they were ambushed with heavy fire and taken prisoners on March 23rd. All of us saw on television Ms. Johnson and the other American captives who were put on international television in violation of international law and were put on public display via video from the Iraqi forces. There was a great deal of a groundswell of concern by all Americans and communities all over the world. Ms. Johnson was born approximately 30 years ago. She's the eldest child of Claude and Eunice Johnson. with the following family tradition. She enlisted in the Army in 1998, following her father, uncle, and several cousins and a younger sister. Based on her bravery and sacrifices, and certainly the joy in this community and several of her relatives who live in the city of Los Angeles, to see her return. She's spending the day in Los Angeles, socializing with her friends, relatives at noon at the Jackie Robinson post on West Slauson Avenue. She will be honored before returning to her home in Texas. And so I request that this council declare June 6th as Shoshana Johnson Day.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Very fitting and appropriate. Madam Clerk, next order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Pacheco moves, Mr. Garcetti seconds.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Labange moves, and Mr. Parks seconds.
Before beginning the regular agenda, there is a request to continue item number 6. Mr. Holden requests that matter be continued to June 11th.
Members, item number 6.
36.
Item 36, requested by Mr. Holden to be continued. Is there any objection? Seeing none, without objection, item 36 is continued.
Item number 1 is an item notice for public hearing. Council should open the hearing and continue the ordinance to June 24th.
And I do not have requests from members of the public to address the council on item number 1. Therefore, we shall deem the public hearing open and without objection continue this matter to June 24th. Next item.
Next item is item number 2. It's a hearing, protest, and ordinance first consideration regarding Myler Santa Cruz Lighting District in Council District 15. And there is a majority protest. Council should adopt the abandoning ordinance.
Okay, members, item number 2 now before us. Do not have requests from members of the public to address the council on this item. Therefore, the public hearings are open and closed. Are there members wishing to call this item special? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
And
that being an ordinance, carries over for a second reading. Next item.
next item, Mr. President, items for which public hearings have been held, items 3 through 7.
Items 3 through 7 now before us. Members wishing to call any specials?
Mr. Padilla, Mr. Parks asked that 3, 4, and 6 be called special. He's in the back.
3, 4, and 6 called special for Mr. Parks. Items 6 and 7 still before us. Any other specials? Mr. Holden. 5 has been called special by Mr. Parks. Any other specials? Okay. 6 called special by Mr. Parks, 5 by Mr. Holden. Leaving item number 7. A resolution to call item 7 special. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll on item number 7. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Next items are items for which public hearings have not been held, items 8 through 37.
8 through 37 now before us. I do have cards on items 15 and 17 that's called those items special. On the balance of the items, I do not have requests from members of the public to address the council. Therefore, allowing us to open the public hearing and close the public hearing. Members wishing to call any special.
Item number 13, please.
13, called special by Ms. Gruhl. Mr. Holden.
9 and 11.
9 and 11 called special by Mr. Holden. Mr. Holden's back.
Mr. President, if we could, after we've gone through the items, if we could have item number 13 to let our officers go back, if we could call that out of order when we're through here.
Any other specials on this batch of items? Any other specials? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, on the balance of the items, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Those are approved. Items 8, 10, 12, and 14 are ordinances and do carry over for a second reading. Next item, please.
Going back to the items called special, Mr. President, did you wish to take item number 13 up next?
Yes, colleagues, is there any objection to taking item 13 out of order? We do have representatives of the police department here on this item. Ms. Miskowski?
Item 15 be taken after 13, another police department issue. We've got officers here.
Okay, without objection, then let's have the staff come forward. Item 13, called special by Councilmember Gruhl. Let's go.
Thank you, Mr. President. And we have both representatives from the City Attorney's Office and from LAPD present today. Many of you know and read in the paper probably today, the Daily News, and have in the past where street racing has become a huge problem, and particularly in the East San Fernando Valley. And you all have supported me in other motions that we've had before us, which was to create a law which made spectating at drag racing also a misdemeanor, increased fines. Today we have before us an additional item, which is a forfeiture of the vehicle. As you know, illegal street racing terrorizes our neighborhood and kills children, and we must stop this kind of activity. Just 2 days ago in my district, we had another drag racing incident where at Clybourne and Victory, the gentleman lost control, hit a power pole, and 1,200 of our residents lost power for a long period of time. That was minimal compared to some of the deaths that have occurred in our neighborhoods. Today, we also have a movie that's being released today, Too Fast, Too Furious, which is a great movie, and we encourage people to watch it if they'd like to go see it. But what we want to tell people is those are individuals who are trained, these are individuals who are stunt people. There are legal ways in which you can drag race, there are places you can go. I stood today with City Attorney Rocky Delgadillo and representatives from the LAPD talking about the fact how important it was for us to act responsibly, and individuals who see that movie tonight to similarly act responsibly in our neighborhoods, and want to acknowledge the leadership of Rocky Delgadillo's office and the LAPD. So I'm standing here today in like a big presentation from the City Attorney and from LAPD, partially about some of the things that have worked, and that this will add to their resources and add to their toolbox of ways in which we can address illegal drag racing. And as we've indicated, it's not just about enforcement, which we're acting upon today, but it's about prevention and ways in which we can educate people about safe and sane ways which they can go to places in Los Angeles County to actually have drag racing. So I just want to send a message today that if you drag race in the city of Los Angeles and we pass this ordinance today, you will lose your vehicle. It's that serious, it's that important, and all of you, I know, want to make sure we save lives. So I'd like to ask both City Attorney and members of the Police Department to just make a brief presentation on what's before us today. Thank you. City Attorney, you want to go ahead and go? And then
Yes.
we'll have to...
Good afternoon, Asha Greenberg, Deputy City Attorney. What you have before you, council members, is in addition to the municipal code, we are adding section 41.70.2 to the Los Angeles Municipal Code to provide that any vehicle that is used for exhibition of speed or for a speed contest may be seized and forfeited. The ordinance before you is modeled after the prostitution forfeiture ordinance that is already in effect in the city. Essentially, it provides that any vehicle that is used to willfully show off or display a dangerous or imprudent speed on a highway where there are spectators present is a nuisance. And also, any vehicle that is raced against another vehicle, a clock or other timing device on a highway where there are at least 2 vehicles assembled or spectators present is a nuisance that is subject to forfeiture. The ordinance provides for a procedure for the LAPD to seize the vehicle and various procedural mechanisms providing for administrative forfeiture as well. The ordinance also provides for a distribution scheme for the funds from the forfeiture of vehicles with the majority of the funds going to the general fund after expenses have been paid. There is a section also added which says that a vehicle that has been reported stolen prior to the seizure is not subject to forfeiture, and any individual who suffers a monetary loss from forfeiture can seek recovery from the person who committed the act giving rise to forfeiture under this section. I'm available to answer questions as well. We have Jose Egurbide, who is the Bureau Coordinator for the Valley for the Neighborhood Prosecutor Program, also going to speak.
Afternoon, Mr.
Buenas tardes, señor presidente, miembros del Concilio.
The City Attorney's Neighborhood Prosecutor Program for the Valley Bureau has been working in cooperation with Operations Valley Bureau, Commander Moore, and the rest of the LAPD's command staff in organizing a task force for illegal street racing. We are being referred all the illegal street racing cases. Our unit is getting those from LAPD and from the Valley Traffic Division for prosecution. And we're also working in conjunction with LAPD's Sober Grad Night to inform high school graduates, the graduating classes for the local high schools, about the dangers of not just drunk driving, but also illegal street racing and the enhanced penalties that have been passed, as well as the ones that are coming out. And as far as the enforcement aspect of the task force, I defer to Commander Moore from Los Angeles Police Department.
And Deputy Chief Bergman.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Deputy Chief Ron Bergman from Operations Valley Bureau. I want to talk about some generalities with street racing in the Valley. It's not a new problem. It's age-old. It goes back probably 50 years. 1998, Time Magazine did an article on street racing in the Valley. They quoted me from the time I was a captain at Foothill, and it was pretty evident that not only was it a problem as far as people being killed and people racing on the streets, but it was a problem in that some of the parents condoned it. And we have found that a number of our street racers are repeat offenders. In some cases, the parents fund the cars for them. In one case, we had a father who told his son he had to sell his car, and we found him out there the next week with the same car, saying he had to get one more race in before his dad made him sell that car. Several months ago, we ran a task force out on Glen Oaks Boulevard. Councilmember Brewer attended that with us. We impounded over 100 vehicles for street racing and being spectators of the street race. We issued somewhat over 100 citations, and we impounded almost all of those cars. And yet, with all the tools that the City Council and the Police Department has dreamed up over the years, it has not stopped street racing in the San Fernando Valley, nor other parts of Southern California. This ordinance would give us the supreme tool to keep young people, and in some cases older people, from racing those vehicles on city streets, because we'd be able to take it away from them. Some of these cars are very expensive. They have very expensive modifications of those. In some cases, we've had people unloading full-blown race cars from trailers to race on city streets. This is something that I think is long overdue, and I would urge that you pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Gracias, señor presidente. Nomás quería añadir que spectator motion that we approved has been enforced by LAPD and the city attorney. We have had one conviction, four other additional cases that are outstanding and may go to trial. So we have made some progress with LAPD, have diminished it, but have not stopped it, as you mentioned, Chief Bergman. There's more that we can do. This will be hopefully that ultimate tool that says we are serious about stopping street racing in Los Angeles. And during the summer months is when we actually have much more numbers of people participating in street racing. That's one of the reasons we wanted to have this considered today, to send that message out to the public that we are serious about that. So I just want to thank both the City Attorney, LAPD, and City Attorney Rocky Delgadillo, who's worked so closely with us to do this and ask for an aye vote today. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Mr. Labange.
Señor Labange.
Much, Chief, how often do you plan on running this operation?
We run street racing task forces someplace in the valley almost every week.
As the city attorney, how often do you plan to support the police department in running this operation?
Well, Councilmember, we need personnel to really do these forfeiture operations. We found with the prostitution forfeiture that they're very time intensive, and so we do need additional personnel.
Do we ever sometimes contract out to law firms on specific cases? One of my love of the city attorney's office also has a little disappointment that we do these ordinances to try to affect great change with a very important tool to combat a quality of life issue, yet we don't give you the support because of people. But this pays for itself, so if we can't give you people, can we hire, and I'll ask the city attorney, an outside firm to work with you? I don't know, but I just want to let you know that these are great tools, I believe, for both the prostitution vice problem and street racing problem and other serious issues, but we have to follow it up completely. We did and we are continuing this activity in Hollywood, but it's on a limited basis. So I just wanted to make that point, to have that discussion further with the city attorney's office. I do believe we have to find a way to help the city attorney's office work on a regular basis on this issue. And I don't have a way to pull it right out of the sky right now, but the key is the ability of the city attorney's office to enforce it every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday night, so they know for real that Los Angeles is very, very committed to this. So that's for the city attorney's office. For the chief, have you talked to Big Willie at all? The Southern California Brotherhood of Street Racers?
The interesting thing about it is Chief Council Parks reminded me this morning that actually the NHRA kind of came out of some efforts that were made by the Los Angeles Police Department and one of the chief. We have not only passed out free tickets to race at Irwindale, but we have partnered with the NHRA, particularly up in Foothill Division, where we had a real problem several years ago, so that they could race at Pomona. And that has only met with limited success. The movies like Fast and Furious and Fast and Furious 2 don't really do anything to help us get them to the tracks to race there. It's more of what those cars can do on city streets. And that is the biggest problem that we're dealing with, Councilman LeBon.
Let me ask a question too. Have you had any discussion with Chief Brown and the California Highway Patrol?
The California Highway Patrol works with us on these task forces. In fact, the one we did with Councilmember Gruel that night, we had a large contingent of Highway Patrol there because they not only help us do the enforcement from the standpoint of the racing, but in some cases their expertise through smog controls and some of those other things are another tool that we use to take those cars off of the street.
One of the other fears too is that I've seen this driving on freeways, is freeway racing. Where, have you ever seen that where people that race by and little hot, not hot rods, but...
It used to be very popular on the Harbor Freeway years ago when I was coming back from working at 77th Division. That is a problem the Highway Patrol does deal with that.
Okay. Well, Councilmember Gruel, I want to thank you for pushing this through, because there's nothing worse, I would imagine, than when a parent gets a call at 2:30 in the morning from someone to say their child is in a hospital by an unneeded accident at a street race. There is alternatives. Irwindale Raceway is 20 minutes east of the East San Fernando Valley at least, and I think it could serve more. And I think it's appropriate to keep the streets safe. So I want to compliment you, Wendy, for using this tool to be effective. And then we have to find another tool to help our city attorney's office keep it constantly effective. Thank you, Chief Bergman, and Captain Greg Meyer, who does a great job for you in traffic out there, Commander Moore. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LeBon. Mr. Perry.
I also wanted to rise in support of this effort. I've asked for similar approach in dealing with drug dealing taking place along Figueroa and Broadway and those corridors where there's heavily trafficked by prostitution and drug trade, and to use all the tools available so that we can get people to stop participating in these activities any way they can on the buying end or the selling end. So I'm going to support this today as well.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering, and the question Mr. LeBon asked, the neighborhood program get involved with this enforcement?
Jose is one of the neighborhood prosecutors, and they are involved in all of the divisions.
Yes, Councilmember, we're involved in the task force, and We've set up a system where we're getting all the street racing vehicle code 23109 arrests in the valley referred to the neighborhood prosecutors first. We've set up sentencing guidelines so that the penalties for this type of offense are stiffer, and what we do recognize, though, is that we can vertically prosecute them, but we still need to go after the vehicles. That's where the big money is, and if it's just a fine or even some limited jail, the vehicle is the big money maker here.
I agree. The reason I bring that up is I think the council took some action at the end of the budget process to add funding to the city attorney's neighborhood prosecutors program, and when the comment was made as far as resources, what I hope is those resources that have been recently funded would be of some assistance to keep this program going, and add the issue of the vehicle forfeiture also, which would be an enhancement.
Well, there's one thing that we need to remember, though. This is a civil forfeiture process, so it's important to keep that separate from our criminal prosecution section. And the neighborhood prosecutor program does do criminal prosecution, so we don't want the same unit doing the civil forfeiture as well.
So the recent funding would not assist on the forfeiture area?
Not if it's dedicated to the neighborhood prosecutor program. That's something we have to determine within our office if any of those funds could be used to fund forfeiture personnel.
If I remember correctly, what was it, $1 million? Okay. So the issue is, that would be an internal decision, but certainly the council is sensitive for that neighborhood prosecutor program, and funds have been allocated, and hopefully an internal decision will assist you in your activities, because it is an important issue. And although many parts of the city do not have the significant racing issue, the cruising and other things are just one step below it, as we suffer on Crenshaw and a variety of other places. But I commend this program and thank Wendy for moving it.
Mr. Holden.
President, members, I'm sure there's some frustration on the part of the neighbors. Those people like to live in a safe environment, free from those who speed. And very often you hear comments from citizens that just enforce the laws you already have, and then maybe some of this will go away. But obviously the laws we have is not enough. We need additional laws. But as we proceed to adopt this new law, same thing's going to happen, inenforceable. And we don't want to leave the wrong impression that what we're doing here today is going to clean up the entire problem. Because when you look at the definition, exhibition of speed and speed contest, what is a speed contest? It says here that it takes place on the highway. What's a highway?
A highway is any place which is open to the public and is used by the public for traffic purposes.
Or just a highway, that all those are highways.
Any street, alley that is traveled upon.
Maybe it's defined, highway is defined here, but I don't know if it is.
Highway is defined in the vehicle code, and that's
okay, then we should say a highway as defined in the vehicle code. So that when you go to court, and then it's not clear as to what the definition of a highway really is. If they give the definition, you really do. And then, of course, is it there already, or did I overlook it?
No, you didn't overlook it. We can add that.
You should add that, the definition of highway. The other thing is that you talk about there should be the presence of another person who is known to the driver or may reasonably be anticipated by him or her. And you said there must be people present. Now, I think it's just as much as a hazard to have two people deciding among themselves, go speeding down the highway, if no one is present. If people are not present, if the clock is not here, then how can you enforce the law based on this ordinance?
This ordinance is somewhat limited. In other words, I've heard about...
My question is, you understand, those are conditions must be met according to the ordinance.
Yes, and there is a reason.
If those conditions are not met, and yet two people are dwelling on the street, exceeding the speed limit side by side, is it enforceable at that time? There are no witnesses.
Well, the forfeiture ordinance would not be enforceable in those circumstances. This ordinance is really meant to apply to organized events that are, I think, the ones that are really being complained about. For the spontaneous races that take place on the freeways, you'd have to go to highways or freeways, you would have to go to criminal prosecution. But the forfeiture ordinance is really meant to apply to these organized events where there are spectators
We need to say that. I think the conditions set forth in the ordinance should point to the fact that they must be organized events. I think that's what you're attempting to do here. When you define what a speed contest is.
Mr. Councilman, if I might add into this, in the police department working with the city attorney's office in the development of this ordinance, it's seen as a raising of the bar, an improvement of our sanctions against those who would engage in speed contests or races. It is not meant to be a first-time offense between two individuals who happen upon one another at one intersection or another, look one towards the other, and then decide to exhibit speed through that intersection. Yet, if we write the ordinance in a manner that we have to have, quote-unquote, an organized or quasi-organized speed contest, then we get into issues of proof before the court as to what constitutes organized, what constitutes sanctioned, unsanctioned, habitual. Those are all words that come back to haunt us as a police department as we bring them to the city attorney and before a judge. This is meant to be an ultimate cost to an individual participating in a speed contest or a race against another. We can presently take those cars and keep those cars for 30 days. We can apply significant sanctions as far as their arrest for offenses. This is meant to be an ultimate or a higher level of enforcement action. So the ordinance was, by the police department's influence, meant not to be a first time or a low threshold. It was meant to be an increased threshold issue.
First time, what do you mean by first time?
I'm sorry?
What do you mean by first time?
What I mean by that, sir, is that, for instance, if you go to the intersection of Glen Oaks and Peoria in the Sunland area of the city on Friday or Saturday night at about midnight, you will have a spontaneous gathering there. We have to, presently, we task 4 officers to work there every Friday and Saturday night. They've made more than 500 citations and more than 100 arrests of street racers who assemble there. They have a network. They actually have chat rooms that they talk back and forth with one another as to where they're meeting. That's a quasi-organized gathering. And yet, it is not the same, or it's not the same, it's a whole different type of problem. And we have a 17-year-old child or kid or young adult exiting a high school, going up to an intersection and exhibiting speed in front of 15 kids sitting at the sidewalk and racing through that intersection. The 15 kids there, this would allow us, if we thought it was appropriate, to seize or attempt to seize or forfeit of that vehicle. But the ordinance was crafted in a manner of not keeping us overly bound, but at the same time not being too general.
Except that the kids from high school, they must have a clocking device or an timing device in order to decide who wins the race as they go through the intersection.
I agree. In reading that ordinance the first time I read it, I was quite concerned about that as well. It talks about a 20-mile minimum and a clock and speed exceeding the speed limit. We're satisfied that as the city attorney's office has constructed it, that a clock is not required for the circumstances of a city street, 2 individuals, one looking toward the other, giving some indication that they're going to compete and taking off. An officer's presence, witnessing that, attesting to those circumstances would allow us to bring before the judge an allegation that this was an unlawful speed contest.
All right, so if you know where these people gather, it's a quasi-racing area, they talk from on their phones from
con sus
one to another,
teléfonos fueron al
planning
otro,
these races,
planear estas
then you have
carreras.
sufficient
Entonces tiene
evidence
suficiente
to
evidencia
apply
para
this ordinance.
aplicar esta
But anything short of that, you're going to arrest them, but
van
you
a
won't be able to
arrestarlos,
apply.
pero no van a
I don't think you may arrest them for other reasons, that is endangering the lives of others, including themselves, driving at excessive speed in a nice neighborhood or whatever the case may be, and be grounds for arresting or confiscating the vehicle for a period of time. But in terms of impounding and confiscating for the purpose of selling the vehicle, that's perhaps not likely to occur. These conditions and all this under the conditions of the ordinance. And so I'm just going to sit down by saying I'm going to support the ordinance, but you're going to have trouble enforcing it. I think what you'll end up doing is just inconveniencing some individuals to the extent they have to go to court to defend themselves. But this has a lot of loopholes in it.
Mr. Kowski.
President, I think the city attorney and the police department have worked very hard to put as much as they can teeth in this, really focusing on those organized efforts and giving the police department with the city attorney another tool to really be very, very effective. So I'm very supportive of it as well. Just in response to Mr. Labange, I believe that the city attorney, when this came in as well as the prostitution of car forfeiture ordinance, did indicate that it was very time intensive. We were going to need more city attorneys to be really effective at it. And one of the things we are looking at still in committee is a request through the city attorney's office on the forfeiture of these vehicles, whether or not, as we are able to successfully prosecute, we put some money back into supporting the structure of the city attorney's office so that they can be doing more effective enforcement on this. But it's part of that whole linkage in our budget, members of the council, that when we come up with good ideas and give the police department some of the tools that they want and can be effective, we've got to give it to their partner in public safety, and that's the city attorney who can do the effective enforcement. Having said that, I think this ordinance being put on the books, the effectiveness of a sweep and a focus and a task force, and 1 or 2 or 3 cars, even more than the prostitution ordinance, because prostitution is somewhat more random, the intermittent loss of a car by one person might not be as well known or well publicized. 2 or 3 cars, 4 cars are lost at an organized race, and that route spreads like wildfire. The deterrent effect here will be as effective as the prosecution itself. So that's why I think this is critical, and I'm happy to support it, and will work with the city attorney and the police department to find where we can some perhaps front loading of money to put some more city attorneys in to look at the civil forfeiture side and get some money to replenish that and really have tools effectively in the city attorney's office to do the job to its completion.
If I might, if I could just make sure that everybody's aware of just how organized these races are. When we go out as a task force to stop street racing, we have somewhere around 60 officers on motorcycles and in black and whites, and we have to hide because the street racers come to the location, they have lookouts, they use cell phones, they use two-way radios, and they check the location before they set up the races. All of a sudden, everybody shows up, they line both sides of the street. We've had those streets posted for no parking, so we can enforce that. But they line the streets, and then they start their elimination rounds, and they have somebody who actually stands out in the middle of the street and starts the cars. And then as soon as it starts, the task force comes out of hiding, we block the ends of the streets, and we go in and start our enforcement efforts on the impounding of vehicles. This continues week after week, month after month at different locations around the valley and the rest of the city. That's why we need this forfeiture thing, is to stop that, because the enforcement, and we've tried everything, has not stopped the street racing and the deaths on the streets of the San Fernando Valley.
Mr. Labange.
I want to thank Councilmember Ms. Kowski for her leadership always on thinking that out. She explained to me the need to create that opportunity for getting some source of funding in there. And again, I want to compliment Wendy and on what we all do is try to tag team off good ideas that others have that work somewhere in Stockton and Oakland, or wherever it is, because there is nothing worse, as we all know, than the tragedy of an accident or a tragedy of street violence, be it by car or other method. So I just want to congratulate you and thank again our city attorneys, but we need to find a way to get you some real help on that, and then also the police officers and the motor officers. Thank you.
Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just in closing, and want to comment on Chief Bergman. I was part of that group, that 60 to 100 officers hiding in the street corner. We won't say where we were hiding, but we were hiding, and we sped down the street, and we sat there for a good couple hours waiting for them to show up, and we kept trying to find out where they were coming, and you all had undercover officers that were letting us know when they would show up. But we sat in on a street near that neighborhood, and not close to Peoria and Glen Oaks, and you could hear the noise from those drag racers when they showed up. It was very clear at 1 o'clock in the morning what kind of impact they were having on the neighborhood, even before there was an accident. And so it's not only about saving the lives of the individuals who are racing, but also the quality of life for the neighborhoods. And also want to thank Ms. Mizakowski, as chair of the Public Safety Committee, who was helpful in moving this forward today, and to see that we can really make a big difference. So just thank you all for your support, and look forward to enforcing this law in Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gruhl. Other members wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That being an ordinance, carries over for a second reading. Next item has been requested will be item 15. If we could have the staff come forward on item 15. Call special by Ms. Mizakowski.
14 and 15 together.
14 has been acted upon.
14's been acted on, okay.
And we do have a couple of speaker cards on item 15. Why don't we turn first to public comments. Item 15, the council calls forward Jason Davis, followed by Nico and Theo Milanopoulos, Elizabeth Saylor, and Julissa Jose.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm here on behalf of the California Rifle and Pistol
Could I ask you to speak into the microphone, please?
I'm here on behalf of the California Pistol Association and its members within the city of Los Angeles. I'm here to urge the city council to oppose the .50 caliber ban on firearms. Large caliber firearms are not an issue in Los Angeles. Los Angeles is a city with 4 million people and only 4 licensed gun dealers with a total of 10 stores within the city limits. Only 3 of these stores even offer such firearms for sale. None of them stock them. They are special orders. Further, only a handful of these firearms are estimated at less than 10 per year are sold within the city of Los Angeles. Los Angeles law enforcement officials admit that these firearms are too expensive and too large for criminal use. These firearms have never been used in a crime in Los Angeles. Thus, the proposed ban is merely symbolic because it seeks to alleviate a problem that does not exist. It is a solution in search of a problem. It would force the sale of these firearms outside the confines of LA. The ban would remove the sale of these firearms from the oversight of the LAPD gun unit, which could easily monitor the few sales if made within the city. In addition, the California legislature is currently reviewing such a ban, and to pass it right now would be premature and could potentially be preempted by state law. Thank you.
Nico and Theo.
We're Nico and Theo Milanopoulos, 16-year-old co-founders of Kids Voice LA, and we live in Los Angeles. We strongly urge you to support the proposed ban on the sale of high-caliber firearms, which is before you today.
Make no mistake, we live in violent times. Guns are killing more than 3,000 kids a year in our country, 50 of whom are killed right here in Los Angeles. This .50 caliber assault weapon, which we beg you to ban, is so lethal that it is capable of penetrating the side of an airplane. It can damage a target more than 4 miles away. Imagine the impact of these 5-inch long bullets that this impact can have on a child.
We are tired of hearing
Estamos
the
cansados de
argument
oír
from the pro-gun
argumentos
lobby
de
that
lobbies de
law-abiding
pro
citizens
que
have the right to
ciudadanos
own
tienen
these
el
guns
derecho
for
de tenerse
self-defense
para
and for
defensa y para
recreation.
recreación.
Last week, in
La
fact,
semana
a
pasada,
law-abiding
un
citizen
ciudadano
who illegally purchased the
que
assault
legalmente compró
rifle suddenly went on a wild shooting rampage in his
en
apartment
su
and aimed his
apartamento y
weapon at
puso su
cars
arma
on
a
the
carros en
freeway.
el Freeway 5.
This man was a
Este hombre
law-abiding
fue el
citizen until his
ciudadano
gun
hasta
went
que
off.
su pistola disparó.
After America went
Después
to
de que
war with
América fue a
Iraq,
guerra con
the
Irak,
United
los
States
Estados
government banned the
Unidos
possession of
puso
assault
en
weapons
marcha
from Iraqi civilians
los
when they took up
civiles
arms
cuando
to
agarraron
protect
armas
themselves
para
and their
protegerse y
families
sus
from
familias.
post-war lawlessness. Our government needs
Nuestro
to take the
gobierno
same
necesita tomar
steps
los
here
mismos pasos
in
aquí en
America
América
and permanently
y
ban all
permanente
types of assault
prohibir
weapons
todas
from
las
civilians.
armas de
Passing the
asalto que
ban
se
on
vienen
high-caliber
pasando.
assault weapons today in Los Angeles is a step in the right direction
Eso pasó
to help save the lives of our
las
city's
vidas de
children.
nuestros hijos de nuestra ciudad.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Elizabeth Saylor
Elizabeth Saylor
and Julissa Jose
y
Tufan.
Julissa Jotafa.
Good afternoon.
Buenas
My name
tardes,
is
mi nombre
Elizabeth
es
Saylor.
Elizabeth
I
Saylor. Yo
represent Women Against
represento
Gun Violence,
Mujeres en
a Los
contra de
Angeles
violencia,
organization
una
that is
organización de los
dedicated to
ex dedicada para
preventing
venir
gun-related injury and death
las
in our
imágenes de nuestra
area.
área.
And I also
Y
represent the
también
Policy
represento
Committee
el
of
Comité
Violence
de
Prevention
Policía
Coalition
en
of Greater Los
Prevención de los
Angeles.
de Los Ángeles.
Because of their large
Por
size
su
and
tamaño
large
tan grande
range,
y
these weapons pose
variedad,
a significant
estos
risk to our city and its
existiendo un gran
citizens.
peligro para
They can be
nuestra
used to
ciudad,
target our
pero
infrastructure
eso para
from
la
miles away
infraestructura
and
millas y
potentially
puede
cause
potencialmente
significant
causar
destruction
destrucción
and death.
potencial y
We
muerte.
encourage you to take a
Alentamos que
proactive step
tomar una
today
práctica
by supporting this
paso ahora
ordinance
soportar esta
and
ordenanza
prevent death
y
and keep our
imprimir la
city
muerte y
safe.
mantener
Thank
nuestras
you.
vidas
Thank you.
seguras. Gracias.
Good afternoon,
Buenas
City
tardes,
Council members.
miembros del Consejo.
My name is Julissa Jose, and I'm
Julissa
here
Jose, yo
representing the Brady
represento
Campaign to Prevent Gun
Campaign para
Violence,
prevenir
united with the Million Mom March.
violencia.
And we are here in strong support of the 50 caliber
Sí, el calibre de la
ordinance.
ordenanza de
This
50.
is the
Esto
most
es el más
dangerous and
peligroso y
destructive
destructivo
and the most
y el
accurate
más
semi-automatic weapon that is available
arma
for sale
semiautomática
to
para estar
civilians in the
disponible
United States at the moment.
disponible para los
Well, whereas a lot of the
nosotros,
sporting
muchos de las
organizations
organizaciones
and the gun lobby would like us to
lobby de
believe
la-
that,
dice
one,
la
there have been no
que nos
criminal
espera que
use with
no
this
uso criminal
firearm,
para esta
and
arma
that it is
y
used
que
for
es usada
sport.
para
The
deportes.
reality
La
is
realidad
that it
es
is
que
a
le
dangerous
gusta
weapon that can be
arma
used
peligrosa
for
puede ser
great
usada para
destruction
la
in our
destrucción.
community.
En
We
nuestra
have
comunidad
things that we
tenemos
know
cosas
now
que no
that we
sabemos
must
ahora
keep
que
safe.
debemos mantener
There
seguras.
there's the Port of
Hay
Long
el
Beach. We've seen a
puerto de Long
person
Beach, hay
recently near
personas
the
recientemente
freeway
cerca del
that
freeway
was
que
shooting
estaba
into the
disparando
freeway or
al
around
freeway o
in
alrededor
Glendale.
en
We know
Glendale.
the damage that
Sabemos
these
los
weapons
daños
can
que
do. They
estas
can
armas pueden
fire with
hacer,
an
pueden
accuracy
disparar
of up to 4
menos
miles.
hasta 4 millas.
For law enforcement
Por
purposes, to
propósitos
be
de
able
esos
to
pueden
put a perimeter around a
perímetro alrededor de
location
un
where
lugar
a
donde
firearm could be
un
shooting
arma
from
puede
4
estar
miles away
disparando
is
4 millas. Es
incredibly difficult and
increíblemente
almost ridiculous
dificultoso, es
to
una cosa
fathom. The city of
dificultosa
Los
para hacer.
Angeles needs
La
to
ciudad de Los
be on
Ángeles
the
debe de estar
forefront of this
delante
issue.
de
It
toda
is
esta
a
cuestión.
prevention issue.
Es una cuestión de prevención.
We need to make sure
Necesitamos estar
that
seguros
we curb
de que
the
nosotros
firepower
cubramos
that is
los
possible
poderes
to be
que
out
sean
there
posibles
before
para estar
something
ahí antes
happens
de que algo
as
pase.
opposed to after.
En vez de que
These weapons
después
are now
estas armas
proliferating
están
in the community.
proliferando en
That
nuestra
is why we are
comunidad. Por
here
eso es que
before you
estamos aquí ante
today.
ustedes hoy.
Because it is
Porque es
possible
posible.
to get them, they are getting cheaper
Ahora
and they are
están siendo más
deadly. We
baratos,
ask that the council vote yes on
mortales
banning
y
the
mortales.
50
Esperemos que
caliber
voten
assault
100.
weapon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This concludes public comment on this item. Chair
Contar con la
recognizes
cierre
Mr.
con
Weiss.
el señor Weiss.
While we wait, Mr. Weiss, we
Esperamos al señor Weiss
recognize
bajo la
Mr.
señora
Casco.
Markowski. Gracias.
I'm sure
Yo
Mr.
estoy
Weiss
seguro
is
que el
going to
señor
join
vaya a estar
in
aquí
support of this.
en
It's
soporte de
come
esto,
through a recommendation
que
from
viene
Public
recomendación
Safety
de
Committee.
seguridad del Comité
It's something
Público
that
de
has been
Seguridad
long
que se ha
sought
que se ha buscado por mucho
supported,
tiempo y
and this
soportado
council
por
in
este
general.
Consejo en general.
It was the partner to item number 14, which supported corresponding legislation in Sacramento that's been sponsored by Assemblymember Paul Koretz. I would like to ask the city attorney and the police department to come forward just to perhaps explain the analysis that's been done on this, the support by both the City Attorney's Office, the Department, and the Police Commission. But as I think was indicated, there is no reason in the world for these weapons to be in the City of Los Angeles, and there's absolutely no reason in the world legally for the city to allow them to be sold and transferred. So that's what this ordinance represents. It is what is consistent with allowing a state preemption issues, but allowing the city to still take the mandate on its own to affect these kinds of areas. And so I want to both compliment the department, Mr. Jim Axtell from the City Attorney's Office, in terms of helping us wend our way through state laws, federal laws, but the ability and I think the responsibility of the City of Los Angeles to take as strong and tough an action as we legally can, and that's what we're bringing forward in this ordinance recommendation. Did the police department, Mr. Axtell, want to add anything?
Good morning, James Axtell, Deputy City Attorney, and with me are Commander Ward and Lieutenant Nielsen from the Police Department. I'll start by describing the ordinance. This ordinance essentially prohibits the sale of all large caliber firearms, which basically means firearms that are 50 caliber and larger in the City of Los Angeles, except to the extent that any particular firearm may be subject to some other state regulations, such as, for example, the assault weapons regulations or regulations concerning explosive devices that the state has. So in other words, if there is a state regulation that regulates a particular firearm, we would defer to that, but to the extent that there is not a state regulation, our ordinance would control. There are the sort of normal and usual exceptions in the ordinance for law enforcement purposes, military use, correctional facilities, antiques, filmmakers, legitimate filmmakers, sort of the normal exceptions that we have in the firearms area. There are a couple of the exceptions, though, that I'd like to discuss in a little bit of detail because I've gotten some questions about them. First of all, in subsection F6, there is an exception there for firearms dealers, and I've been asked by a couple of people whether or not that means that firearms dealers are allowed to sell firearms to basically to whomever they like. And that is not what that provision is for. What that exception basically says is that firearms dealers are among those people and entities who may purchase these firearms in the City of Los Angeles. However, the only people who may purchase firearms from a gun dealer are the persons and entities who are indicated in subsection F. Those are the exceptions that I just listed. So firearms dealers may purchase from other firearms dealers, but they can only sell to the people who are listed in subsection F. I also want to talk a little bit about the reference to the unsafe handgun regulations that the state has. The state has a series of regulations that pertain to some but not all handguns that are sold in the state, and which would pertain to some but not all of the 50 caliber handguns that we are aware of at this point. Those regulations essentially set up a system whereby handguns can be tested by the state and then approved for sale by the State Department of Justice if they come within those regulations, within the definition of those regulations. With respect to handguns that do not come within those regulations at all, our ordinance would continue to prohibit those handguns entirely. With respect to handguns that do come within the definition...
Mr. Axtell, can I ask you to summarize very quickly? We're down to 10 members. I want to make sure we can get the table.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Action today.
With respect to handguns that do come within those regulations, there is a possibility that some handguns may be approved for sale by the state and would then not be covered by our ordinance. The issue there is that the state statute says that once a firearm is approved for sale, it, quote, may be sold in this state, end quote. And so there's an issue there as to exactly what that means in terms of whether or not we would be able to prohibit sale for some reason other than because it is a quote-unquote unsafe handgun, meaning that it's basically unsafe to the user or someone standing near them. With regard to the ordinance, those are the essential provisions of it as one of the speakers mentioned there are some pending state bills which may have an effect on our ordinance if they are passed. And so if they are passed, we may be coming back to you to report on what effect the state laws have on this ordinance. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Members, again, I think Mr. Axel is the city's very, very knowledgeable expert on this, helping us walk that fine line. And I am looking to support this and ask for the council's support. I think Mr. Weiss has some issues that he would also like to address, but I ask for an aye vote on this.
Mr. Weiss.
Thank you, Mr. President. I likewise ask for an aye vote. I guess my question, Mr. Axel, we were talking about this earlier under Section E, which for purposes of this discussion, let's call it the putative preemption savings clause. It's correct that in other city ordinances, in particular the ultra compact ordinance, we don't have a similar putative preemption clause, correct?
That is correct. It does not include one at this time.
Okay, so we've already taken the position as a city that this sort of putative preemption savings clause isn't necessary. And so I don't see why it would all of a sudden be necessary here. Because after all, correct me if I'm wrong, you cannot sell a handgun in the state of California unless it has met this test and been certified under 12301, correct?
With regard to most, if not all, handguns, that is true. There are some handguns that don't come within those regulations.
But I mean, with regards to a handgun that is by and large manufactured and held out for sale by a major manufacturer, it cannot be held out for sale unless it meets, it goes through the 12301 process and is listed, correct? That's right.
That's generally correct, but there are some 50 caliber handguns that will not be in those regulations and some that will be within the ambit of those regulations.
Having said that, I know of no instance in the state where there has been a successful challenge based on this principle, which the lawyering you're providing is correct, careful lawyering. I know of no successful challenge, and neither do you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we don't have a similar savings clause in with respect to ultra compacts, correct?
That is correct. At this time, we don't.
And so, as a preliminary matter, I move to strike Section E from this proposed ordinance.
If I could just make a recommendation on that, to the extent that you would want to delete the reference to those unsafe handgun regulations, it would not be the entire subsection E.
Why don't you state for me, if I can have my time held for this, I appreciate it. Why don't you state for me how, from a draftsman's perspective, how you would like, how that should be accomplished?
Okay. Again, this is to the extent that you want to take out the reference to the unsafe handgun regulations. We would leave in everything in... Excuse me. Actually, Councilman, you and I are both looking at the wrong subsections, really subsection C that we're concerned with. The reference right at the end there to section 12131 of the Penal Code.
What about E?
E is the reference to destructive devices and assault weapons regulations that the state has.
Oh, I see. Okay, so we're talking about the second, I guess the motion is to strike the second sentence of C.
It would not be the entire second sentence. It would be the portion that comes right after California Penal Code in the third line from the top, where it says, comma, but shall not include any firearm. So that comma would be changed to a period, and then the rest of the sentence would be deleted.
Correct. That's my motion. And I'd appreciate a second on that, Collins.
Is there a second to Mr. Weiss's motion on architectural correction? Mr. Padilla's second.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. And I want you to know, I appreciate the very careful lawyering that is reflected in that recommendation. Given that we want to be consistent in how we
proceed in this area as a city, I think we should be consistent and see what develops in the future. But I appreciate your very careful lawyering. But I want to stand in accord with what Ms. Wiesikowski said earlier. And we need to today, with that actually taken care of, we need today send a very strong message to the gun industry. If you're going to manufacture weapons of urban mass destruction, we need to take countermeasures here in the city. And this measure today, as amended, will ensure that the city of Los Angeles will not permit these massive and massively destructive weapons from being sold in the city of Los Angeles. Urge and I vote. Thank you, Mr. Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. To recognize Mr.
Thank
Padilla.
you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I wanted to rise in support of this item today as well. And I know for those who disagree with the action that I hope we're about to take, we need to remind them why it is so relevant. And for those of us who are supportive of this measure, I wanted to remind us that we're not taking this action in isolation. Colleagues, the issue, the discussion about 50 caliber firearms is not just about 50 caliber firearms. If anybody needs to be reminded, in the year 2001, there were 866 homicides caused by firearms in total. Maybe not by 50 caliber firearms, but by firearms. The action we're taking today is part of our ongoing, ever-comprehensive effort to crack down on gun violence. In the same vein that we have pursued gun control, in the same vein that we have banned assault weapons, in the same vein that we have taken several historic milestone steps into curbing that violence and regulating and ensuring contributes to violence and homicides in our communities. We can do more, and today we are doing more. Gun violence is widespread in the city and the county of Los Angeles. I want to give a special thanks to the organization Women Against Gun Violence and their leader, a former police commissioner, Ann Rice Lane, for not only keeping this issue at the forefront, but going an extra step in case you think your district isn't affected enough or as much as other communities. They put out a wonderful table of statistics, of incidents, fatalities, district by district, each and every year. Colleagues, no community is immune. None of us should not care as much as the rest of us do about this. And particularly communities of color, where we know that Latino and African American youth account for 90% of the young people being killed in our communities today. This step is an important step to take in that effort, and I too urge your aye vote.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, well, Mr. Holden? Chair recognizes Mr. Holden, who is now pressed his button.
Madam Chair, 14, item 14. Is this
14 has been acted on. We're on 15.
14 is already approved, correct? And 14 repeals an ordinance that relates to assault weapons because we're preempted by the state of California, correct? And there's some significant difference apparently then with 14 and 15. Could it be that the caliber of weapon that's fired by the assault rifle or weapon or shotgun or whatever goes from a 50 caliber to a 60 caliber? And if so, has that been discussed? Because you preempted anything larger than a 60 caliber. The state has already preempted us in that regard. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. If it's less than 50 caliber, then you're saying we have the authority to adopt an ordinance addressing that issue? If so, is that item number 15 before us today?
Yes.
Or do you know what I'm talking about?
Item number 15 has to do with the BMG that they're talking about.
Say it again in the mic.
BMG, the Browning machine gun round.
Item 15 concerns firearms that are 50 caliber and larger.
And larger?
And larger.
And in what way is the state preempting us as relates to assault weapons?
As I indicated, there are provisions in our definition which indicate that where the state has acted with respect to a particular type of firearm, our ordinance defers to that state regulation. So, for example, if a firearm is an assault weapon, then it's regulated by the state. If a firearm is an explosive device, within the definition that the state uses, then it is regulated by the state.
Explosive, yeah, go ahead, explosive device and firearm. I don't see how we're not preempted by the state, even with item 15, and tell me where I'm wrong, if at all.
Well, at this point, there is a certain class of weapons that haven't been covered, maybe I should say haven't been covered yet, but haven't been covered by the state.
Give me an example.
50 caliber firearms that are not assault weapons under the state's definition, for example.
Not been covered by the state. And so item 15, as addressed so-called assault weapons, was not covered by the state, would be covered in this ordinance.
Yes, if I understand you, yes.
All right, now when were we sued by the NRA as relates to item number 14? Did the suit come prior to the state adopting, preempting the local government, or after the state preempted the local government as relates to the decision that we took?
You mean the most recent?
The one that we refers to in item number 14, where we are in a litigation, and by repealing this ordinance, of course, the lawsuit will disappear.
The ordinance that is being repealed is the assault weapons ordinance.
I understand that. And why? There's a lawsuit in this, right?
Yes.
All right. And so therefore, by repealing this ordinance, then the lawsuit should go away.
You would think that, yes.
Right. And because we've been preempted by the state as it relates to this ordinance, is that correct?
Yes, actually, the police department, both the police department and the prosecutors that are working in the city of LA currently are operating under the state laws, the state assault weapons laws, as opposed to the city's assault weapons ordinance.
All right, I'm getting a little bit frustrated, but it looks like to me that the state never will review this time with item 15 as relates to assault weapons that they have not taken a position on, which you claim that we have a right to address as an issue in terms of banning sale and possession of these assault weapons, which is outside of the scope of that which has been adopted by the state or where we've been preempted by the state. And I think that's what you're really saying. So therefore, we perhaps are going to urge the state of California to amend existing law to include this if they can get by the NRA fight. If they can't get by the NRA, you'll find that the NRA will sue us on this one as well and use the argument that we've been preempted by the state. And that's inevitable and perhaps is forthcoming, even though we should do everything we can do in order to get these kinds of weapons out of the hands of people who are using them improperly. I might add, however, that in 1989, the first assault weapon law was generated was here in the city of Los Angeles, which is a leading municipality, which caused the state of California and the nation to address this assault weapons issue. And we were successful then. Hopefully we'll be successful now, and in requesting that the state should be a motion somewhere, because I got Bruce Roberti to carry the legislation in Sacramento. We should get someone to carry this legislation to include this ordinance that we are about to adopt, so it'll be a statewide law if we can make it legal here on the local level. You have any opinion on that at all?
Well, there are two bills currently in the legislature dealing with 50 BMG firearms, which are included in this ordinance. So the state may pass a statute dealing with 50 BMG rifles and may pass a statute dealing with 50 BMG handguns this year. Right now, those are both before the Senate.
All right. I mean, one other statement, and that is, this proposal was before the legislature last year. Is that not correct? We supported it. Can you hear me?
Yes, I believe we did support it.
Yeah, well, there was legislation introduced last year, last legislative session, to address the issue as it appears now in item 15. Is that correct, sir?
It's very similar to what is being addressed in item 15.
And what happened to it?
It wasn't passed last year, it's back this year, and some members of the legislature are trying to pass it again.
Okay, very good. It's a tough road there, but in light of the fact that we are outside of the scope of the legislative preempting us, and we can do this locally, then I would support it and hope that we can nudge the state legislature to go forward. But you can be assured that you can anticipate a lawsuit on this one, as you did on the other. You must be prepared to defend it, because it's inevitable. But we're doing the right thing.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. Other members wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That being an ordinance, also carries over for a second reading.
And that will also include Mr. Weiss's amendment.
As amended, correct. Madam Clerk, I have received requests and permission to continue the following items for one council date to next Tuesday. Items 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, and 11, in the interest of time. So members, without objection, those matters will be continued to Tuesday. And I believe that brings us to item 17, another matter which has been posted for public hearing. Council calls forward at this time David Hernandez, followed by Jamie Cordaro, Donna Schwang, and Candido Mares. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is David Hernandez. Thank you for this opportunity. And I would like, since what I'm going to be speaking about very briefly is going to really affect the status of the neighborhood councils in each of your districts and the credibility of the process. There's a couple of points that I wanted to bring up. The Van Nuys Neighborhood Council has been approximately 3 years in the formation, and during that time you've had members of the community who really believe in the process participating. And the elections which were challenged, according to the bylaws, the resolution was to take place within 40 days, and that 40 days passing, the stakeholders of the Van Nuys, in the Van Nuys Neighborhood Council area called for a special meeting. That is in accordance with the bylaws that were certified by the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. 120 stakeholders signed a petition, followed the provisions of the Brown Act, posted the meeting, and held a meeting to discuss the future of the neighborhood council, the election, and the challenges. And that meeting was held on April 9th at the Independent Living Center, where a diverse representation of the community were present and voted for what they thought was within the provisions outlined in the bylaws. The 120 people who signed that petition, their names, addresses, and telephone numbers were placed on the Dunn website so that the community could see who exactly was involved in challenging the process. I think that violates the confidentiality of those individuals, especially when that was followed up by an email from the city attorney's office indicating what we'll call the cease and desist order, that those individuals and that some of the individuals participating in that assembly were operating outside the law. That being aside, on April 29th, the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners held a meeting which went into approximately 1 o'clock in the morning, and what is very important at that meeting, and which I do not believe you or your committee has had the opportunity to review a transcript of that meeting, which brings us forth to the agenda item, is the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment presented several options to BANC as to how to resolve this. And BANC was very specific in that the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment was not to participate in the investigation or the resolution of the election challenges.
Yes, to conclude, please.
Right.
Okay.
the recommendations presented to the Van Nuys Neighborhood Council or to the board by the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment left out two important items. One was that Dunn was not to participate in the investigation, a process which they are already attempting to do. And two, the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners called for an investigation into how the stakeholders of Van Nuys were treated as a result of the election challenges. That is not reflected in today's motion. So at the Van Nuys Neighborhood Council meeting on May 28th, the motion that was presented by the standing board is not the motion that is presented here today. I would request that the transcripts of the bond meeting and the transcripts of the Van Nuys Neighborhood Council meetings be reviewed, and this motion be sent back to committee so that this would truly reflect the recommendations of Bonk and the Van Nuys Neighborhood Council.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cordell.
Good afternoon. Thank you, President Padilla. Council members, my name is Jamie Cordero, and I'm an unchallenged board member in the Van Nuys Neighborhood Council system. Regarding Dunn and information, I've asked for specific information, and I feel that Dunn has been very selective on releasing information. They've released it to some board members, but not to all board members. I have asked for the names, the addresses, the phone numbers, and emails for the Van Nuys board, and I have yet to receive them. This is my 12th request from Dunn's staff. Regarding the VNCC, the stakeholders feel that Dunn has been controlling and manipulating instead of supporting and nurturing, as their mission statement suggests on their webpage. Regarding the election, there were 15 community members elected to the Van Nuys Neighborhood Council, the VNCC. 6 unchallenged, which I'm a member of one of the unchallenged, and 9 challenged members, as well as the election. I want the neighborhood council to move forward, and I know that the city clerk's office will move forward with a full, unbiased investigation. I feel that they need to investigate each challenge member independently, and if there are improprieties regarding that candidate, they be removed and the next highest vote getter be placed in that position as long as that person wasn't involved with any improprieties. And last, I'd like to conclude with, I've been involved with a lot of community organizations throughout my stay in the Valley. I've been a member for 17 years of Van Nuys, and I've never been treated with such disrespect as I have with Dunn. And I ask that the senior project coordinator and the other member that assists the Van Nuys Neighborhood Council be removed from partaking or participating in any action with the VNNC. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Donna, I believe it's Schwan. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Donna Schwam, and I'm from the Van Nuys area. And I just got whiff of the city clerk handling the resolution for the Van Nuys Neighborhood Council, and was extremely excited that they called and asked for an appointment and everything. And then I found out that Dunn is going to be part of investigating me. Something's wrong with the picture here. And if we are setting a precedent for the future of the neighborhood councils, if we don't deal with it now, it will be following forever. And I'd like to really see this be resolved in a place where it's fair for everybody and not manipulative. I think, of course, everything is new, and we all have to give and take some, and I'm not trying to tell anybody how to do their job, but I do feel that I'm entitled to a neighborhood council, and I'm looking forward to that happening in a swift manner and not 3 years from now. I also want to thank Councilwoman Cindy Miznikowski and Ruth Galanther for making a motion for the city council, for the city clerk to resolve, and I think you're going to do an excellent job. But please do something, another department to help them out or something, but not done. They are part of the problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mares, welcome back.
Mr. President, council members, for 30 years I've had a love affair with Van Nuys. People ask me why I run to Van Nuys, because you find some of the best people in Van Nuys. They're caring, giving, and they're willing to do whatever it takes to make the community a better community. The problem, though, is that we brought in neighborhood councils. Neighborhood councils were supposed to empower people. That hasn't happened in Van Nuys. It was supposed to give people a sense of belonging. That's taken place, but those people that have been elected and that are challenged now feel that they're being ostracized because they become part of the process. I ask you to allow the city clerk's office to do their investigation. Let's resolve this. This issue of dividing the community has gone on long enough. I ask for your support. Thank you.
Mr. Pacheco. Ms. Makowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I appreciate the citizens from Van Nuys who came down today to testify and support this, particularly after our long council session. And you're right. The neighborhood council and the community deserve a fast and efficient and a fair resolution of this matter. And I think that's why this motion, which actually Ms. Galanter brought in, was a rule cited from Ms. Galanter, and I was happy to second as a former representative of the Van Nuys area. I agree with Mr. Maris. There's a wonderful group of people in Van Nuys, a wonderful sense of community that has been revitalized with the earlier TNI, with some of the work that's going on there, with the work that the Knights of Columbus that Mr. Maris has done. And the neighborhood council deserves to get this behind it, fairness, resolving all the issues without taint, arm's length from everybody else who's been involved, and that's why I think the city clerk was selected. I'd like to ask Mr. Carey to come forward, and Mr. Martinez here as well, to explain how you're going to do this. For the person who said, it needs to go back, it will go back. This isn't the washing of our hands of it. After the city clerk does its investigation, and the city clerk has a very impressive reputation, has done elections that are close elections, elections that are, landslide elections, but has also looked at challenges for almost any election, and every election has ever come through the city of Los Angeles. They've got a method of doing it fairly. Obviously, there's an awful lot of us around the horseshoe who have been subject to that investigation, or subject to maybe a challenge of being part of an investigation. We're not able to influence. It's the city clerk doing what the city clerk does best. So, Mr. Carey, why don't you tell us what you're going to do here, how quickly you imagine it to be done, the process that it would then come back to perhaps the Neighborhood and Education Committee as a report, or if we would like directly into council, but to quickly put this behind us so that this Neighborhood Council and the citizens of Van Nuys, both its residents, its business people, and all who come together to start doing more of good things in Van Nuys, will be able to do that and have this behind them. Mr. Carey?
Mike Carey, the city clerk. Basically, Mr. Martinez will personally conduct the investigation. He's using staff assistance from the mayor's office and from the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. That staff assistance will do nothing relative to the conclusions drawn, the report drafted, any of the substantive investigation. They are simply there to assist Mr. Martinez in getting interviews, getting interviews coordinated. The report will strictly come out of the city clerk's office. That report will go back to this neighborhood council with a copy to the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. Time frames, I'll let Frank respond to an anticipated date by which we should hopefully conclude the investigation.
We have already begun scheduling interviews for next week. We have taken possession of all the election material and have been going through it. Subject to the availability of the witnesses we want to talk to, we should wrap up the review portion within a few weeks and then writing the report about a week after that.
All right, and in as much as there have been some concerns about some of the involvement of Dunn itself and or some of its staff members, I would just like to have that clarity that if you're going to be using Dunn employees, it would not be to set into the situation or give information that could influence one way or another, but just help you provide access, help you provide information of who and where and how, and anyone who is interested in being interviewed to provide information on this should have access to you freely, and they will not be sort of giving you a draft or staff report prior to that. It's just access information and for what they've been involved with as well.
The report will be personally prepared by Mr. Martinez. The staff individuals that have been assigned from the mayor's office and Dunn will have no involvement in the drafting of that report. Will have no involvement in the substantive decision-making that will go on in my office.
I might add that the staff assistant from Dunn was not involved in the Van Nuys election. And so, again, I'm confident that he's a professional individual, as is the staff person from the mayor's office. And this is to expedite getting the resolution in place.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing that report, that conclusion and recommendation or your findings to be distributed to the community, to the council, and to all who've been involved or interested, as I say, in having this resolved. So I appreciate that effort, and obviously, as expeditiously as possible, I think would be in everybody's interest. Thank you, Mr. President.
Ms. Gruen.
Thank you, Ms. Miskowski. You asked all the questions I was going to ask. I appreciate it, because I'd asked after the testimony of some of the public speakers about what the process was going to be, who was in charge, who was going to make sure they came back to that report. So I believe we're going to try to address some of the issues raised by the speakers today, and those that aren't can be before the bond commission as well, or come back to the city council. But I think similarly, the most expeditious manner in which we can move forward, this would be very helpful to resolve, I think, a very contentious problem in the Van Nuys neighborhood. So I think we're hoping and appreciate the city clerk stepping up to the table, because as you all know, there were a few people who told us no, and so we thank you for the city clerk.
I should have told you no.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Pacheco.
Mr. President, colleagues, as one of the charter court commissioners who fought so hard to make sure that we had neighborhood councils, I simply want to tell the clerk that I think we have learned a lot in many different districts, incidents and disputes. I think you have a very unique opportunity in front of you to really give us an insight in terms of what is happening with Dunn, what's happening with the commission, what's happening with the applications, and especially what's happening with the different stakeholders in the comunidades que se han quejado sobre su voz que no se oye. So I would just simply want to make sure that you understand that I have the expectation, and I believe my colleagues have the expectation, that wherever blame, wherever deficiencies, whatever we're not doing right, must be brought out into the light of day so that we can all move forward and make improvements that really bring the city neighborhood council system to a place where everyone feels confident and comfortable that they're doing it for everyone's benefit, and most importantly for the benefit of the people who expect to be empowered by that system. So I just simply want to tell you that and I hope my colleagues share this viewpoint, that do not leave any stone unturned, that do not feel any hesitation to identify where the flaws are, whether it be commissioners, commission, department, expectations. Maybe there's unrealistic expectations in the community. I would just simply ask you to not leave anyone out of your scrutiny and have everyone held accountable for what their job and what their role is.
Mr. Pacheco, our initial focus, and our primary focus is on the election that was conducted to create the board. And so we're going to focus our attention on those issues to try to resolve those issues. That's not as narrow a focus as you might otherwise think, because there are a lot of issues that surround that. But that will be the initial focus.
Thank you, and I just want to make sure that everyone feels that they've gotten their opportunity.
Well, hopefully everybody will feel an opportunity to contact us directly.
All members wishing to be heard on this item?
sinceros en este asunto.
Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Thank you very much. That is approved. Thank you, Mr. Carey. Look forward to your report. Next item, please.
There are two special motions on the desk. Council member Kowski introduced special number 1, and the city attorney will explain the need to make the findings.
Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll read into the record the findings for council to consider. On May 29th, the Los Angeles
10 ayes.
Special one now before us. On the motion itself, Ms. Miskowski.
Just quickly, colleagues, we talked earlier about street racing and the need to have city attorney assistance. This is exactly that kind of issue. This is the police department and the city attorney's office working together to make an application to the LA County anti-drug abuse enforcement program. It allows dealing with issue where drug dealers are going on in our neighborhoods, allows the police department to investigate the activity of the dealers, to the city attorney to prosecute misdemeanor and quality of life issues and associated other criminal activities in neighborhoods that may be correlated to and a part of this. The city has just been able to work together to put our application together. The deadline is Monday, so I asked for an aye vote to get funds to this program to let the LAPD and the city attorney, as well as the CYD's basement program, which is a part of this, to be continued and move forward as aggressively as we can based on hopefully some funds we will receive. So I ask for an aye vote.
Other members wishing to be heard on special one? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That is approved. Forthwith, please. Next item.
Special 2 is motion presented by Councilmember White, seconded by Councilmember Grewal, and the city attorney will speak to the findings.
Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll read into the record the findings for council to consider. On June 5th, the Housing Department inspected the rental housing units located at 2301 Roscommon Road and ordered these units vacated as a result of extensive building code violations. The Housing Department has determined that there are 29 tenancies that qualify for relocation assistance. Pursuant to the Government Code, Council must first determine whether there is a need to take immediate action and whether the need for action came to the attention of Council after the posting of today's agenda. If such a finding is made, the Department requests that the Council authorize the disbursement of such funds.
Members wishing to be heard on the findings? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Special 2 now before us. Special 2 is now before us. Have Mr. Weiss make the motion, and then Mr. Holden to follow.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very briefly, colleagues, this was a matter that transpired yesterday. It is not clear at all why things got so bad in such a hurry without anyone catching them beforehand. But the bottom line is that the 30 tenants were ordered onto the street within 30 minutes or less. We need to back up the guarantees so that they can get their relocation assistance right away, and so the city is protected as well as these tenants. I would also like to ask if this committee is the Housing Community Development Committee, that's what I thought. I'd like to ask to amend my motion to ask for the Housing Department to report to this Rules Committee along with Building and Safety as to how things got so bad without anyone catching it at any point earlier in the process, because people were told they had to vacate their apartment in 30 minutes. People came home from work and their building was already closed down. They're out in the streets now. We need to have a report as to why things got to this stage without being caught earlier. Ask for my vote.
Mr. Holden.
I'm just as concerned as Mr. Weiss. Here we have a code enforcement annual inspection, and this building got to the point where it deteriorated to the extent where these people are out on the street. My question is, how did it happen in such a neighborhood, in Bel Air? It doesn't happen like that in the inner city. They are put on notice by the annual inspection. And I was hoping that we can get an answer on that. I know. I thought we were asking to give the money right away. And so usually it, oh shit, I have to call you back. Anybody can answer that question. They have a code enforcement program there. They have a REAP program. Any housing ever been put in on the REAP program in Bel Air?
If they're trying to locate or contact department staff to answer your question, Mr. Holden. Mr. Holden, are these concerns significant enough to hold up the action requested by Mr. Weiss today? Or would you be comfortable moving forward with this item and requesting your information and report back to the council?
Report back on Tuesday? Yeah.
In fact, we're trying to locate housing department personnel right now because we're just getting phone calls from the location that there's a wrecking ball out there, which they're not allowed to do right now. And there's no one from the city out there to prevent them from demolishing the building. It's all developing. I want to report just as much as you do, Mr. Holden. Tuesday would be great in council and then subsequently in this rules committee.
Mr. President, members, I think that we should post haste dispatch the police department to the site to stop any potential demolition of that structure. Like right now, it's become a part of a motion. Number one.
Accept that as a friendly amendment, Mr. Holden. Ready for a vote.
Friendly amendment, dispatch, post haste. And Mr. President, members, this is a tragedy that something like this can happen in the city. Certainly, it does not happen in the inner city. Maybe you understand the rules a lot better, where the tenants complain, report to the housing authority. The inspectors are out there on the spot, inciting those facilities that are not up to code. Just once, about 2 months ago, I had a similar situation in my district where we had to compensate the tenants, provide some tenants assistance who were being displaced. It's happening too often, but certainly in Bel Air, I just never thought something like this would happen. Anyway, we'll go along with it, Mr. Weiss, but something is wrong over there where this information is not shared with the city. We got a program to take care of these people.
Okay, we're ready for a vote now.
I'm ready for a vote.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. Madam Clerk, please open the roll on Special 2 as amended. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That is approved. Fourth vote, please. And Mr. Weiss, if you have any questions about wrecking balls from the buildings where they don't need to be, Mr. Weiss has a word for you. Next item, please.
This is the time for comments from the public on items not on the agenda.
Thank you very much. Council calls forward Jamie Cordaro, What a Patient Man, and Candido Mares.
I understand the process. Thank you, President. And council members, I'm here in regards to the way the method the Public Works Department has handled my case in regards to an allegation of illegally posted campaign signs. This regards last November. On April 25, 2003, I attended a hearing in which the Public Works representatives Leroy Dunson and myself were engaged. In that meeting, informed Mr. Dunson that I would be audio recording the meeting for my records. The recorder was in plain view on the table before both of us. The hearing began, and after a few minutes into the meeting, 2 or 3 responses from Mr. Leroy Dunn, I was asked strongly to turn off the recorder. I inquired into his objections. His response was he did not want to be recorded. I did not turn off the audio recorder, and it was important to have a record of this meeting to ensure the accuracy of this official meeting. Mr. Dunson then terminated the meeting. I was concerned that Mr. Dunson did not record the hearing due to its official nature. I was not aware that a meeting of this nature did not have some type of official record or transcript made as standard operating procedure to ensure a fair and democratic process is afforded to all parties concerned and afford a record of due process. I left with Mr. Leroy Dunson a Public Records Act request for information in regards to this matter. I received nothing, and you will see in the transcript that I will leave with you that the amounts do not even match the request for payment. Also, no other hearing was scheduled. However, a request for payment was sent with a warning of a lawsuit if I did not pay. This appears to me as not receiving due process from a city official and being threatened at the same time. I am concerned that this is a flagrant misuse of power within the Public Works Department. I was making a request for adequate time to complete discovery and waiting for a new hearing date or a letter stating that this process has been withdrawn or dropped. Mr. Dunson has categorically denied me the opportunity and the right of defense. This appears to be a guilty until proven innocent matter on the part of Mr. Dunson by his actions in summary judgment without recourse or redress. I am asking for a full and unbiased investigation on this matter to determine if there is a pattern of behavior that may be in violation of Department of Public Works policy and the abuse of power. I respectfully request a response to this hearing and why Mr. Leroy Dunson did not follow the rules and regulations set forth by city law. I am going to ask that I submit this report to the City Council and that the same report be delivered to the City Attorney Rocky Delgadillo's office. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you very much.
Muchas
Mr.
gracias,
Mares.
señor Mares.
Thank you, Mr. President, council members, and I apologize for taking up your time. I know it's been a long day. But some people ask me, why do I come down here? And for 13 years, why? And I'll tell you why. Because of days like today. Today, Mr. President, Ms. Gruhl, council members, you made the city of Los Angeles safer by empowering the police department and the city attorney's office to deal with street drag racers. You're making it a better place for us to live. On May the 27th, I was leaving a meeting, headed to my home in Porter Ranch, and I was on the corner of Reseda and Cessna. There was a drag race going on. One of the cars lost control, ran into the wall. This was just seconds before I pulled into the intersection. The car hit, the two kids were able to crawl out of the car. The sad part about it was the spectators were laughing. They thought it was funny. They had a vehicle ready to load up this vehicle, but because the vehicle was so damaged, they were unable to move it and get it on this portable trailer. But the kids were sitting there laughing. Well, these two kids were hurting. One of the ladies, was a young lady, she had apparently a broken knee, and they weren't even assisting her. They were laughing. So I thank you. What's the difference between putting a gun in someone's hand and a car? If they don't know how to handle it, they're both dangerous, they both kill. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you very much. This concludes public comment for today's meeting. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Motion shall be posted and referred.
There are excuses on the desk. Council President Padilla requests to be excused Wednesday, July 16th for city business that meets council policy.
Excuse granted.
Councilmember Zine requests to be excused Tuesday, July 22nd for personal business that also meets council policy.
Mr. Zine is excused.
And that clears the desk, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, members. Are there any announcements today? Any announcements? Do we have adjourning tributes today?
Yo tengo un anuncio.
Mr. Labange,
Señor Labange, un
I
anuncio.
apologize. Thank you. This weekend in Silver Lake, Mr. Garcetti and my district, the Silver Lake seniors have their very special book sale on Saturday and Sunday at Silver Lake Rec Center. And would like to invite all those who would like to find their way to Silver Lake off of the Hollywood Freeway. You'll get some great books, and then you can take a walk or ride around the beautiful Silver Lake Reservoir. Additionally, on behalf of Mr. Garcetti, there is a street fair at Atwater Village on Glendale Boulevard on Sunday between 12 and 4. Atwater Village, a wonderful little neighborhood adjacent to the Los Angeles River. And then you can go up Los Feliz Boulevard on the Hillhurst and go to the Los Feliz Street Fair that day and experience the Los Feliz community for their street fair on Sunday afternoon. Some very nice activities in the Los Feliz Silver Lake part of Los Angeles and Mr. Garcetti's in my district. I welcome all to come and find their way.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Holden for an announcement.
Mr. President, members, please announce that SORA, a South Robinson community organization, is holding a carnival festival Sunday.
El domingo.
They do it annually, and it's
anualmente
sponsored by the
y es
city.
responsable por la ciudad.
And each council person, Mr. Weiss is on one side of the street, I'm on another. And we are financially supporting this festival carnival on South Robinson Avenue. And I think the hours are somewhere either 9 in the morning or 10, and it goes on until mid-afternoon. So that's something that everybody should attend. It's a great event. It's an exciting time held by all. Good food, good entertainment. Musicians are there performing, and the city Public Cultural Affairs is one of the main sponsors. So I urge everyone to come out and visit that event.
And one of the final opportunities to mingle with Councilmember Holden.
The final opportunity, that's correct. At least as a council person.
Mr. Reyes for an announcement.
Yes, colleagues, today we had a press conference announcing Royal Fest. On June 15th, we'll be shutting down Pasadena Freeway, probably known as the historic Arroyo Seco Parkway. We'll be having people walking, biking, passing the freeway to celebrate all the historic neighborhoods along the Arroyo. I invite everyone to this great event on June 15th. And one last announcement, Chinatown is alive and well. We do not have SARS. One case of SARS in Chinatown. So come on down and enjoy. It's a great place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Other announcements?
Mr. President,
Mr. Levon.
just wanted to follow Ed when he announced it. This morning, we also announced the starting the process for updating the master plan for Griffith Park. Most recently adopted in 1978, this is an opportunity to look at the next 25 years of what should be in this 4,212-acre great park in the heart of Los Angeles. On the next following Mondays at Friendship Auditorium, on 3200 Riverside Drive, there will be workshops to get input from the public. So for those who are out there who have a special love, whether they're an equestrian, a hiker, a runner, a jogger, a cyclist, a lover of birds, a lover of park, the merry-go-round, the zoo, the observatory, or old trains, come to the hearings on Monday evenings, the next 3 weekends, for the review of the update of the Griffith Park Master Plan, the greatest urban park in America. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Levon. Other announcements? If there are no other announcements, I want to announce an event going on in my district. We're having another environmental fair. One of the presentations at the beginning of today's meeting was celebrating the great work by our Board of Public Works and the various bureaus within that. Environmental fairs began in the 14th Council District a couple of years ago and have spread to other parts of the city, including one last year in the 7th District in the Pacoima area. This year it's in the Sylmar area, and any residents participating can meet at Sylmar Park, beginning at, I believe it's 8:30 a.m. We have adjourning tributes. Mr. LaBonge.
I just wanted, as a council, I think we should recognize that 35 years ago, Robert F. Kennedy lost his life in Los Angeles. It was the day before, the evening before, of a great celebration at the Ambassador Hotel, where he had won the Democratic nomination in California and turned the tide in that great election, and so much enthusiasm. And his last words to the public was, go on to Chicago and win there. And he walked through the corridor of the Ambassador Hotel and that fatal incident in the kitchens, Mr. Holden, and I know you were more familiar, but I just think we should remember that he was first transported to then the Central Receiving Hospital on 6th Street when the city of Los Angeles had hospitals, subsequently transferred to the Good Samaritan Hospital where he died, I believe, at 1:41 in the morning on the following evening. And it was a tragic loss, and when I heard it in the news that night, I was just in high school, and we all went out on the street and talked to neighbors who everyone was shocked, and it really changed the direction of, I believe, what America was moving for in that point in life, and I just think we should recognize that very sad moment in the country's history of the tragic ending of Robert F. Kennedy's life.
Señor Presidente, me gustaría hacer eco lo que el señor Levon acaba de decir. Es un día muy triste para nuestra nación, para el mundo. Cuando Robert Kennedy también en aquel tiempo, cuando una estrella, y todos esperaban que saliera el presidente de los Estados Unidos.
We just had lost Martin Luther King. We had lost John Kennedy. And now we lost Bobby Kennedy. And only those could wonder what the world would have been like if they lived a full life. But it was left to us to assume the responsibility, carrying on their legacy and the things that they sought to have done to make sure that we could do it if at all possible. That very night, I was sitting in another room with a candidate running for president, and I was supporting that particular candidate because he was the first out of the box, opposed in the war in Vietnam. His name is Eugene McCarthy. We both sat and watched it that night on television at the time the shooting occurred. So it was really traumático, no dramático, para Eugene McCarthy, senador en aquel tiempo, por todos que estaban alrededor de él. Hicimos en paz y todos creemos que soportamos un gran candidato para salir de la caja en contra de la administración para la guerra en Vietnam. Pero no nos gustó lo que vimos en la televisión de lo que pasó a Robert Kennedy. Entonces, la historia siempre va a recordarnos de que fue una tragedia que nunca debe de ser olvidada, nunca debe de haber pasado otra vez. El señor Holden, el señor Makowski.
Thank you, Mr.
Gracias, señor
President.
Presidente.
Members, I just learned that this morning,
esta mañana.
Josephine Murley passed away. She was the wife of 46 years of Gordon Murley, who we all know and have worked with on various endeavors throughout the city. I think it should be all members, and I think that Mr. Stein would like to co-present this with me. As I said, they were married for 46 years, Josie and Gordon. In Gordon's own words, he said she was the reason for everything I did and was able to do in the community and the city, because she gave me the time and the support to be who I am. Those who attended various functions, Gordon was always out there at the microphone, letting us know what he thought, writing letters, never missed a hearing. And Josie didn't come often, but she would come when Gordon was being recognized to some of the dinners and events. And she actually had a background in the nursing profession and public health, and with her extended family and nieces who became a part of their family, she gave Gordon part of that family nurturing and support that he was very, very dependent on, and she helped him, as he said, become who he was because of that quiet but firm and strong support. I'm sure she will be very, very much missed.
Gracias, señor Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to join in tribute to Mr. Frank Simmons, the 8th District resident born May 9, 1928, passed away Tuesday, June 3rd of this year. He's 75 years of age. Moved to California in 1955 after receiving both his master's and bachelor's degree from Wayne State University. He was a 30-year employee of the Veterans Administration as an educational therapist. Also, he's one of the pioneers and founding fathers of the Harvard Tennis Club. He himself had won over 300 championships during his competitive years. He also started the annual Frank Simmons New Year's Day Shootout Doubles Tournament, which has been in existence for 27 years. He leaves his wife, Dolores, and a host of other family members.
Other tributes?
Otros tributos.
Mr. President.
Mr.
Weiss.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that you all join me in adjourning in memory of two longtime board members of the Anti-Defamation League of California. Herbert Weinberg,
que era miembro del Comité Ejecutivo, y Sidney Lansrome, que era miembro de la Cámara Regional. Ellos van extrañados por amigos, sus familias, miembros de la comunidad judía. Gracias.
Mr. Holden.
Señor Holden.
Mr. President, members, I ask that we
Yo
join
pido
in
que
memory
tenemos en
of
memoria de
Mr. Kearney.
el señor Kearney.
He was
Él fue el primer nombre Donald,
was the
que
uncle of
era
Armin
el tío
Ross,
de Amen Ross,
my assistant chief
y
deputy.
diputado de
Mr. Kearney
asistente.
retired from
Él se
Los Angeles
retira de
Unified
la
School District, where he worked as a truck
trabajó
driver.
como chofer de la
He was a
truck.
member of the Prince Hall
Él fue
Grand Lodge
de
Masons and
Mason
had
y
achieved
había
the
llegado
rank,
el
position, status of 32nd
estatus
degree
de
Mason.
37 Mason.
More than 3
Por
decades,
más
he
de
was the
3
grand
décadas fue el
organist of the
organista
lodge.
del
Mr.
Lodge.
Kearney was
El
an
organista
accomplished
era
classical and jazz pianist and
pianista
enjoyed
clásico
entertaining
y
at
de jazz, y
various
le gustaba
senior
disfrutar en
citizens
diferentes
centers.
centros de
He was 84 years old
Tenía
at the time of his
84 años
passing,
cuando murió.
and services will take place at the
Tomaría lugar en
City of
la
Angels
ciudad de Los
Church in Culver
Ángeles.
City. Details
Culver
have not
City,
been
detalles no han sido
finalized.
finalizados.
His wife
Su
survived
esposa
by
sobrevivida por
51 years of marriage.
51 años de
Henry had
matrimonio,
one
pero
daughter,
Henrietta una
Cheryl.
hija, Cheryl.
And so, not
Entonces,
only
no solo
Tom and other members of the
otros
family were
miembros
missing, but
son
many people in the city
mucha
that
gente
he
en la
had
ciudad.
entertained.
Entretengo.
Thank you, Mr. Holden.
Gracias, señor
Other
Holden.
tributes?
Otros tributos.
Colleagues, I do ask
Colegas,
that
yo te
we
pido que
adjourn in memory of
terminemos en
Pedro
memoria de
Vélez
Pedro
González,
Vélez
Sr.,
González.
born October
El señor
23,
nació en octubre 23
1921 in
de
Jalisco,
1921 en Jalisco,
Mexico,
México.
moving to the San
Moviéndose
Fernando
al
Valley
Valle
in
de
the
San
early
Fernando en los
1950s,
50s,
where he
donde él
soon
pronto
thereafter joined
después se
the
metió
Laborers Union Local
la Unión
300,
de
working as a
Laboradores
laborer for many, many
300,
years
trabajó en labrador por muchos,
in
muchos
various
años y en
elements of
varios elementos de
construction.
construcción.
Was married
Fue
to
casado
his
con
wife,
su
Natividad,
esposa
for
Natividad
36
por
years,
36
who has
años,
preceded him
que ha
in death
sucedido en muerte
from Union
de la
to the
Unión
neighbors to
a
the
los
family.
vecindarios a la familia.
He will be
Él va a ser
missed and treasured for
extrañado
his humor
por su
and
humor
thoughtful gestures.
y
Ask that we
gestos.
adjourn
Vamos a
in
pedir
his
que
memory.
tenga su memoria.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervíame la lista. Esto termina.
Thank you all very much. This meeting
Gracias.
is adjourned.